A UN report says industrialized nations need to spend far more to help developing countries cope with the impacts of climate change. While $21 billion were contributed in 2021, that figure may need to reach almost $390 billion per year by the end of this decade. And that would mean a 20-fold increase. Our next report comes from one community in central Kenya, where adaptation funding is helping people overcome drought and find new means to thrive.
Strong hands, fertile soil and water. A simple starter kit that will help many trees grow. It's part of a project here on the edge of the Kirisia forest in central Kenya that is putting the Samburu community at the heart of protecting their environment and also helping them earn a living.
The tree nurseries have been a real benefit to us. We can earn money, so we can pay school fees for our children. Or we can start up businesses.
Traditionally semi-nomadic, the Samburu people sought out water and grazing land for their goats and cattle, their primary source of income. But dry, drought-prone conditions, made worse due to climate change, forced many to move into the forest. The community first made money chopping down trees and making charcoal instead. It destroyed around a third of the forest, putting both the people at risk and the water relied on across an otherwise arid Samburu region.
We were having to trek 5 kilometers to fetch water.
The Samburu families voluntarily left the forest. Funding from the government and NGOs helped the community adapt to their new reality, driven by global warming, and found an organisation to help protect the forest. As well as earning from seedlings they've planted so far, the community also earns around €30,000 a year from harvesting honey.
We've seen our problems and we say the best way to solve this problem is to move out of the forest, and we take care of our forest so that our forest can take care of us.
Slowly but surely, the flora and fauna are flourishing again, with help from a community learning to cope with change and to build a new future for themselves.
Anti-W Climate reporter Louise Osborne is with me in the studio. Louise, this report, a great initiative, of course, and some positive news with respect to climate change for a change. But the UN says still not enough money is being made available for projects like that. What else does this report say?
Yeah, so when we're talking about adaptation, we are talking about projects like that, but we're also talking about flooding defences, for example, for sea level rises, for these extreme storms that we're seeing that are driven by climate change, also looking at drought-resistant crops, for an example. And the UN says that there just is not enough money made available for that. As you mentioned earlier, in 2021, it was $21 billion. That has to increase by 10 to 18 times by the end of this decade.
How likely is that? I mean, that's a huge increase.
It really is. And, you know, countries are already trying to make available huge amounts of money for adaptation and also to reduce climate change driven, emissions that contribute to climate change. So it is a lot of money, and it is going to be difficult for countries to see that put together.
Now, the money that has been provided, which countries contribute the most aid to developing countries to deal with climate issues?
So it is quite complicated because financing is split between adaptation and mitigation, like I said. $100 billion has been put in place, or should have been put in place by 2020. That still hasn't happened. Some of the biggest contributors to that are Germany, France and Japan, for example. But most of the money that they are delivering is in loans, which is hugely controversial because it means obviously the developing countries that are benefiting from that then have to pay back that money. The United States is also a big contributor to climate finance, but the World Resources Institute, for example, found that it was not contributing its fair share, given it is the biggest historical emitter of carbon dioxide.
Now, what will be, you reckon, the impact if more money is not made available on the scale that we've seen or that we've described 20 times more than actually now.
So if this money is not made available, it will mean that these projects of adaptation in developing countries, which are bearing the brunt of the climate impacts that we are seeing, will not be able to make the changes that they need to basically avoid loss of life and huge amounts of damages to infrastructure that comes as a result of, these extreme flooding events and also sea level rises, things like that. So that means that these countries instead will have to have money to help them adjust to the losses that they are seeing. This is something that is being debated at the moment as a separate fund, a loss and damage fund that would help those countries recover. Those loss and damages are going to be much, much higher if the adaptation funding is not available for them. Estimates put it at almost $2 trillion by 2050, which is a huge amount. So actually investing now would help keep that loss and damage limited to a lower degree.
Very briefly, please, in your estimation, how likely is it that these targets will be reached?
Considering the 100 billion fund was supposed to be in place by 2020 and it wasn't, I think it's very unlikely that they will meet the higher ends of the money that the UN is saying would be needed, but they definitely need to look at the lower end, which is about 200 billion per year. We'll have to see whether that's possible or not.
Thank you very much, Louise Osborne, there, our climate reporter.
Last year's UN Climate Change Conference in Egypt delivered a historic breakthrough. After years of wrangling, governments agreed to a loss and damages fund. It was meant to provide financial assistance to the countries most vulnerable and impacted by the effects of climate change. The details, however, were left for later. Now, there are warnings that the plans might be close to falling apart. Preparations are already underway for this year's COP28 climate talks in Dubai in December, but there's still no agreement on what a loss and damages fund would look like, who'd run it, who'd pay what, and who'd benefit from it. Last gasp talks on rescuing the project are now scheduled for later this week.
Ova inovacija krenula je riječju ne. Zadovoljni ste perilicom ispred sebe? Ne. Tiha je? Ne. Štedi energiju? Ne. Pokušajmo s izravnim pogonom. Napravimo prototip. Pokušajmo opet i opet. Uspjeli smo. To! Smanjena buka? Da. Poboljšana izdržljivost? Da. Nastavljamo s napretkom? Da. Već smo krenuli prema sljedećoj inovaciji. LG tehnologija. LG Direct Drive motor.
Hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
And we can speak now to Rachel Cletus.
Hello.
She is the policy director for the Climate and Energy Program
The
at
policy
the
director.
nonprofit
Shut up. Hey yo, how are you doing? How is life going? How is everything? It's my birthday tomorrow. And I have to work the afternoon shift. I have to work the afternoon shift. I had to switch my shifties. So we might actually be doing a stream before noon. Before noon? Yeah, morning time. We might actually do a stream morning time. Because I don't know what else to do in the morning time. I'm not really used to being, awake and existing at that time. So I think I'm gonna be around. Yeah! I won't even be allowed to drink because I have to work in the afternoon and I have to drive myself to work. So, yeah, there's no God. There is no God. There is no nothing, my dude. Nothing. But I have to show you something. I posted this to Discord already. And I have to show you the thing. Let me show you. This thing, I have to show you this thing. This is our new official poster for the, basically we have a big parade in Vukovar every year. Vukovar is, it's been compared to Mariupol in Ukraine. So Vukovar is a Croatian city which was destroyed really, really badly in the Serbian invasion of Croatia. It has been under a siege for a while. So Vukovar is basically the city's symbol of Croatian resistance, I want to say. The mayor of Vukovar is Penava. Penava is a man who is, let's say, HDZ-oriented, but also I'm not quite sure. I don't know who he is going with these days. He's interesting. He had some interesting takes on Israel-Palestine. He had interesting, not takes, but more so silence on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So he was interesting. U is a problem because U is symbol of Ustaše. It's in this sentence specifically here. The fact it's bigger, it's Ustaše. How are you supposed to write Vukovar without U? You're not supposed to capitalize it. It also has Hos in it. I just noticed Hos. But like the fact it's big that he chose that particular way for the two sentences to cross. So U is big in this one. That's big Ustaše. That's big Ustaše sign. Basically, because U is quite a common symbol. I think I showed this before on like Croatian coat of arms. He should write Vukovar. He should not make the two terms cross in such a meaning where you will have to upsize the one letter that is used to symbolize Croatian neo-Nazis. That's what he should do. It was intentionally done. The slogan itself, it is already questionable why it was chosen. So the whole thing of him like choosing it was interesting politically, but the fact that he made the two terms cross in a way that U is big in this sentence, clear Ustaše, clear Ustaše. Now, oh, it's not seeing ghosts actually. Penava is also a man who, you see Hos here, Hos. Penava has had quite public outbursts this year that if you're not supportive of Hos, you shouldn't be at Vukovar this year at all. Now, don't know if you know who Hos are. Hos used to be fighting for Croatia. Hos are the, let me show you Hos. Let me show you Hos. Yeah, show me Croatian ones. Show me Croatian ones. I don't want fucking Hearts of Space. The heck is that? Hrvatske obrambene snage. Oh, no, it's intentional. Because Hos is this. So what they have are two Nazi signs in their imagery. It's not the only ones, but like it's a big thing. They have the first white spot in the coat of arms, and also they use Dom Spremni, which was used by Ustaše during World War II in Croatia. Now, a leader of Hos is Skejo. Skejo. Let me show you. Let me show you Skejo. This is Skejo. This is the main Hos dude. This is Skejo. This is him. Like this is actually what he looks like. This is not an edit. That is actually what a man looks like. That is actually the style that a man chooses for himself. We're having a bit of an issue. The design is absolutely chosen. He knows what he is doing. It's wait, I wanted to show you the coat of arms. Croatia coat of arms. I think I showed this before, but the way that Ustaše in Croatia now are mostly banned from all normal places of existing. So what they do recently, let me show you what they do recently. See this? See this? That's Ustaše. See this U that kind of looks like it fits nicely around the coat of arms? That's Ustaše. That's what they do. They do these very, let's say, imaginary, subtle designs, but they still show themselves through them. So now if you come to, I don't want to say like neo-Nazi festivals, that sounds bad. If you come to Thompson concerts, previously, when you came to Thompson concerts, you could actually buy shirts with, like, you know, full Ustashe memorabilia on it. Right now, you can't really do that because we made it illegal, so it's a bit harder to, you know, reach. So they had to do it a bit more hidden. So it's very common to be able to buy these, especially with this part being like golden and nothing else being golden. So this one is the main one you see. I am often seeing the design with Croatian coat of arms, but it's you know the thing. I think we mentioned it when someone posted that Diva fan art from Overwatch. How the coat of arms there is like, it's supposed to be white, and then all the parts that are not white are supposed to be transparent. It's basically like that, because if you print it smartly, it like, it's, let's say it's subtle, but you see the first color the one which you want it to be. So they usually use stuff like that. So yeah, the U in the design is absolutely chosen. It was definitely an intentional thing. I thought it was an edit at first, to be honest. It's a big conversation topic right now because most of us, I assume, thought it was an edit. There were conversations of it being like the official design, and at first I was like, nah, you know, some kiddo in Vukovar made this, some fucking little Ustashe boy made this, because they often do these types of things, you know, they will write a sentence, and then they will like capitalize U by accident. Lots of our artwork, for example, you will see stuff like this, and then you will see U in this one like bigger, if it's supposed to be like pointed out. But like this is brave. This is very, very brave for a government of a whole entire city. That is very Hitler aesthetic is in fashion. Yeah, I guess it is. It's going to be interesting to see though how the situation proceeds, because we're basically having fights between Penava, who is the Vukovar dude, between Penava and Hadeze right now, because Hadeze is trying to move away a little bit from the Ustashe rhetoric. So the whole thing with Penava doing that doesn't really sit well with them. They're trying to be a more moderate, I want to say, more moderate position. The red square is correct? Yeah, the red square is correct. It is illegal to be selling stuff with the white square first. So that is why now when they sell Ustashe stuff, they will sell it with the red square, but they will sell it with U around the coat of arms itself. So it's still Ustashe, but it's something Ustashe that you can buy legally. So you will not be arrested if you sell it around or buy it or wear it in public, because you're getting arrested right now for just using Ustashe battle cries, for example. If you sing songs about them, if you deny the genocides, you're supposed to fucking be arrested, by the way. I don't really think it's working, because we had one of our politicians, few days ago it was, one of our politicians claimed that Ustashe never killed Jews. Nothing really happened out of it, so I'm not really happy with the way that law is working. I am happy with the fact that it is getting people arrested for singing Ustashe songs. I'm very, very happy for that. I think we need to control that a lot more than we are controlling it already. But yeah, the fact that our politicians are allowed to just lie, I'm not too happy about that. It's just fucking allowed. It's just fucking allowed, We had one of them. It's one of those soft things. But, you know about Bleiburg, right? Bleiburg? How the fuck do you even write that? Bleiburg. It's giving me Croatian. No, Croatian. Bleiburg. Where's English? Here it is. Bleiburg tragedy, they call it. Oh, Croatian calls it. See, Croatian calls it Bleiburg tragedy. English calls it Bleiburg reparations. Reparations is possibly the correct word. But what happened is basically Tito's partisans killed a bunch of Ustashe, and in the process of killing a bunch of Ustashe, they have also killed a bunch of civilians who have been connected to Ustashe. Maybe we're not Ustashe themselves, maybe we're just collaborators. But maybe were also Ustashe themselves. We don't really know because, they never got a fair trial because they were just executed on the spot. So there's like very subtle conversations about Bleiburg and the field where it happened. The field was recently sold. The field was sold to some, I don't know, I think the dude has like a bunch of sheep and he's trying to like buy a bunch of grazing ground. So he bought the field and he's going to let the sheep walk there. But the field was recently sold. And there was an interesting situation where you had our politicians trying to talk about Bleiburg, but trying to talk about it in a way not to alienate their ultra-nationalist voters. Very fucking interesting to watch. So a lot of them were commenting on it as like, oh yeah, we are just going there. We are going to Bleiburg field. Yearly, by the way, they go to the field where a bunch of Ustashe were killed. We're going to the field, but we're not going to the field to mourn the Ustashe victims of these killings. We are going to the field to mourn the civilian victims of these killings, right? And then when asked, okay, but like, why do you specifically go to mourn these civilians? Because lots of other civilians were killed in Croatia during World War II. So surely, if you actually were this heartbroken over the loss of many civilians, who, by the way, you're not personally related to, so there's not that excuse existing, surely you would go to, spots where most civilians have been killed. We did have concentration camps. You want to do yearly little prayer runs. You can go to sites where we had concentration camps. You can learn about the crimes we did. You can make sure it never happens again, but you're going specifically to the site where a bunch of Ustashe were killed? Is there like a reason for this? And they all had like very interesting excuses to try and escape responsibility for basically mourning the death of a bunch of Ustashe. So there's an interesting situation with the relationship of Croatian World War II history and Croatian present right now. And I think the fact it's clashing over Vukovar specifically is absolutely fucking disgusting, to be honest. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. Ustashe already were previously used. They were kind of used as symbolism for our defenders during the Homeland War, during the defense. Which already was a bit interesting, already was, but it's like, okay, it's a war, you're trying to, defend your country, you're trying to fight for your right to exist. I understand you're pulling motivation from a previous part of your history where your country was also fighting and trying to exist. I see that, kinda. But the movement kinda grew into, horse of the day, and it's a big problem. Don't you just be a Russophobe? Oh, it's no, I can be a Russophobe and also be concerned about the state of Croatia. It is easier though. It is easier. Absolutely. It's like the most clear-cut position for you, isn't it? Who else is as easy to hate as Russians are? Come on, show me any other fucking nation. No one. Not a single one. Everyone else has some redeeming qualities. Everyone else is at least trying to do something. Why are Russians trying to do nothing? Genocides. Fuck them. But yeah, I have to show you my videos. I saved this one. We haven't watched it until the end. We gotta watch that one. What I also wanted to show you was Arthur. Because Arthur made a new video and I love Arthur, so I was kind of happy about going to watch him. And then we gotta watch debunking of Times hit piece on Ukraine, because I'm very, very interested in that too. And then there's the new EU video, so I'm interested in that now. Federal Europe. Are we happy for Federal? How do we feel? Do you support the idea? I think I kind of do. I think I do, but I want to figure out a way to be more active. And I think we're not active enough. I hope we don't keep this path of being pussies. I'm not really a big fan of any sort of strategic neutrality that we have been practicing lately. I think our responses to global geopolitics have been rather timid. We can do a lot better. So I'm hoping for a federal European Union, but I'm also hoping that we became more active and less whatever the hell this was. I don't know. Just less of this. Israel's redeeming qualities? Israel's? The fact it's trying to fight for its right to exist as a state, I believe, is one of them. You can understand them wanting to have a state of their own and wanting to, have a right to exist in this place. Apart from that, I do think they... When I say they, I don't mean the Israeli current government, because I do think they're not really the sanest ones, but I do believe that there were attempts to make a two-state solution happen, and I do believe Israel would have been open to making the two-state solution happen. So, I don't see them in nearly the same way I would see Russia, and I don't see them as comparable in any capacity, really. Wait, let me see. Newly announced package of US weaponry. Heck yeah, what have you got? NASAMS, HIMARS, artillery rounds, great. We got missiles, we got javelins, we got more than 3 million rounds of small arms ammunition and grenades. Thank you, USA. Demolition munition for obstacle clearing, nice. Claymore, nice. 12 trucks to transport heavy equipment, nice. Cold weather gear, nice. Okay, we had to crowdfund a lot last year for winter uniforms, so I'm hoping this year we get a bit more outside help for that. Spare parts maintenance, other field equipment, nice. And we got additional laser-guided munitions to counter unmanned aerial systems, nice. Nice. Okay, we're good. I'm happy with this. We're good. All of this, GG. Give us more. Hello, USA. Give us more shit so we can save more lives. What is this? Baseline and Bias? Zagreb! Nice. Okay, this is great. Wait. Eastern Germany? June 1st, 2009. What was on 7th of June? What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? This was fucking great. I hope he makes another one. I hope he makes another one for the super election year next year. Hope he makes another one. But also, this like this little combo of Eastern European humor with German humor, this was perfect. This was perfect. Germany, where's this for Eurovision? Germany, where's this for Eurovision? Why do we get little singy songs? Why don't we get this? Why are we not getting this dude? I want this dude. I want this man. Is he alive still? Is he operating still? I hope he is. He's a Swede. He was initially portrayed as Croatian. Also appeared to be Russian. That should be illegal. That should be illegal. Man. Oh, he was encouraging young voters to vote in the 2009 European Parliament election. Okay. Fuck, I wish there was like a list of everyone who tried to do these similar things. That was fucking great. When Americans think Europe, this is what will pop into their heads. That's actually good because I think this is a good representation of what I want Federal European Union to be. Like when we talk about, hey, do you support like Europe being more interconnected? Do you support European Union being a federal union? I do, and I want it to be that. I don't want it to be a pussy array of nations. I want it to be that, whatever that is. I want it to be that. I keep on getting this Croatian ad for like some pop college, pop university type of a thing. It's killing me. Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much. I am very, how to say this, invested in this. I have actually, by the way, I need to show you. I've actually looked into good news again yesterday. I have to show you all the additional good news that I have collected. Because I have collected a lot. I have collected a lot. Not just on Croatia. Not just on Croatia, okay? We talked about the global situation just previously. I have collected some good news on Israel-Gaza situation with Cyprus. Did you know that Cyprus has recommended that they could create a humanitarian corridor from Cyprus to Gaza? Because I didn't. And then I read this piece of news, and then I was like, huh? And then I went to Google how close Cyprus is actually to Gaza. Because in my head, I thought the distance was way, way, way larger. It actually isn't. Like, it would actually be possible. And if they get proper support from European Union, we might genuinely see them do something. Which I would be quite happy with, to be honest. I would be quite happy with that. I'm hoping we get more involved. I'm hoping European Union just, stops sitting on the side and waiting for the world situation to resolve itself. I'm hoping we start influencing everything. Let me see this though.
The EU is too slow. The EU is too
bureaucratic. It is.
These are some of the most common accusations people have against the EU.
All of them based.
And they're not all wrong. Firstly, the EU's election process for its presidents isn't clear. And yes, there are multiple roles with that title. This has caused confusion, leading to the saying, "Who do I call if I want to call Europe?" emphasizing the uncertainty about who truly leads the organization. Furthermore, EU decision-making can indeed be slow. For example,
Okay, wait, I'm actually, when it comes to this one, I'm GG with this one. I do not want us to have a president. I think having a president would kind of suck. I'm okay with having more people leading us. I don't really know if we want to unite behind one leader. That kind of sounds shitty. I think we should be just making most decisions on a parliament basis. I think the parliament is functioning very, very well. I think currently it's doing good stuff. I think it can only do better, especially if we do voting a bit smarter and pick out smarter people in it who are actually going to be more effective in roles that they have been given. But yeah, I genuinely support the idea of Parliament getting even more powers. I think it's a great thing. I don't know how much I'm really bothered by the fact, like, oh, if I want to call the European Union, who should I be calling? Yeah, just to, like, bro, shut the fuck up.
organization. Furthermore, EU decision-making can indeed be slow. For
That's
example,
true.
Since September 2020, member states have been trying to agree on a migration and asylum policy.
True.
And despite the efforts, it has not yet passed, with all 27 countries having different views.
By the way, I saved some good news on this too. Sorry that I'm pausing him, but I saved some good news on this too. Germany, for example, has created a new draft law. Let me show it. They're planning to allow asylum seekers to work sooner. They are planning to punish smugglers harder. But also they are planning to approve legislation intended to ease deportations of unsuccessful asylum seekers. If you remember when we looked at Meloni's ideas for the treatment of refugees for the first time, the refugees and migrants coming into European Union, she was really, really into the idea of more systems in place to ensure deportations of people whose asylum has not been granted, to make these deportations happen in a quicker time and for them to happen in the first place properly. Because several times so far we have seen situations where someone has not been given the asylum rights and they just stay in the country because we have no system really of deporting people yet. So the fact that we are working on fixing this, I think is a good thing. I think it's a move towards something better. I think it's a move towards a better system. And I'm kind of happy we're, making some moves.
Additionally, the bureaucracy in the EU is infamous for its extensive regulations.
True, fuck
which
this.
Some argue
It's because it's German, by the way.
But is this all about
German.
change? 2 years ago, during the Conference on the Future of Europe, EU citizens demanded comprehensive EU reform. Today,
She's
a
pretty.
pivotal reform proposal is finally set to be debated in the European Parliament.
Shit, sorry. It was on yellow. It was on yellow!
On the 20th to 23rd of November. Here at EU Made Simple,
Is
we're
it better?
buzzing with excitement. We've always been very vocal about the nitty-gritty challenges the European Union faces, from how we elect our president to the constant hurdle of country vetoes. And guess what? This fresh proposal could be the breakthrough we've been waiting for. This video will unravel this fresh proposal.
Towards a more big camera. What the fuck does that mean? Composed of or based on 2 legislative chambers or branches. Type of legislature divided into 2 separate assemblies, chambers or houses. Okay. It is distinguished from unicameralism, in which all members deliberate and vote as a single group. As of 2022, roughly 40% of the world's national legislatures are bicameral. What is that? What? Okay. Enactment of primary legislation often requires a concurrent majority, the approval of a majority of members in each of the chambers of the legislature. When this is the case, the legislature may be called an example of perfect bicameralism. Okay. Where's Croatia? Bosnia? Bosnia. We're moving to a Bosnian system. We're moving towards a more Bosnian system. I'm not sure I'm happy with this. I'm not sure. It sounded good before, but now that I've learned it's a Bosnian system, Bosnia isn't really doing too well. European Union maintains a somewhat close to becoming a legislative system consisting of the European Parliament, elected in elections on the basis of universal suffrage, and the Council of European Union, consisting of one representative for each government of member countries, who are competent for a relevant field of legislation. Okay? Though the European Union has a highly unusual character in terms of legislature, one could say the closest point of equivalency lies within bicameral legislatures. European Union is considered neither a country nor a state, but it enjoys the power to address national governments in many areas. Okay, fair. Fair. What did you find? Can I click on this? You're saying a woman. Is that going to be... Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? There's something about like celebrities choosing to speak on this that is not making me real happy. And part of that is because I believe a lot of current misconceptions about Israel and Palestine come from the time in like 2016 when we were bullying celebrities into supporting Palestinians. I think a lot of the current dumbassery you're seeing online. By the way, I don't know how much you are existing in Twitter Spaces where Destiny exists, but he has been having some interesting conversations with people regarding the history of Palestine. So if you want to see some really, really rotten brain takes, go there. But I think a lot of these ideas come from the fact that then we bullied celebrities into speaking their mind on this. So they did like a few seconds of Googling and they just repeated whatever they thought the audience would like and what would make their audience shut the fuck up. And then the audience did shut the fuck up, right? But a lot of the audience in that situation just kind of ran with the idea of the conflict rather than actually looking into it. So I think they still basically exist on the same type of stupidity, you know? Bosnian is a synonym for functional? No. We just have had online seminar in work time, paid with company's money, where we were educated not to overcommit. Nice! It happened when during work time? You had like extra education seminar happening during work time? That's fucking great. That is amazing. Usually they put them outside of work time, so you have to work and then you have to also waste time on the dumbass seminars. They put them during the actual work time. That's... I don't know who you work for, but that sounds fucking great. That's way more than I would ever expect. I tried to apply at one point in this company I'm working for currently. At one point they were looking for volunteers to like do a little seminar on. It was also related to like mental health and bullshit. And I applied for it. And they put it on a Sunday when we all had a free day. Fucking Sunday morning. I didn't even go. I don't know if anyone went. I didn't go. I was like, nah, fuck off. I'm not fucking wasting my one free day to go to your stupid ass bullshit. So impressive. You got Naruto? I'm sorry. Hamas and Hezbollah launched over 200 rockets at Israel. Who calls for them to stop? Yeah, I did. It's one of those situations. It's like with Russia. How people will be calling for Ukraine to stop fighting and to stop resisting and to stop, doing whatever they are doing just to try to survive. And the reason they are criticizing Ukraine only and solely is because they know Russia will not listen. It's like, we can't tell Hamas to stop the bombing, so we're just going to turn to the side that actually is going to feel our pressure, and we're going to try to pressure them into stopping this. last working hour of Friday. Nice. I hope it was good. I hope it was really, 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 really good. Also, I hope it taught you not to overcome it, because do not overcome it. Do not fucking do it. Okay, you know how much paycheck you're getting? You know how much you're able to get a higher paycheck if you work hard enough? Act accordingly. You know, like I'm in a position where my current workspace, even though it's temporary, I do have a chance to stay. But I can look at people who have stayed in this position for decades. I can basically take a look into my future and be like, this is a position I'm gonna be in like 20 years if I work really, really hard. And it's basically the same position I'm in right now. You just get 50 euros extra on your paycheck. Am I gonna work my ass off? No, the fuck I'm not gonna work my ass off. So, you know, it's an important lesson, I think. Got fired. Just the same for company reprioritization bullshit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, that's bullshit. That is bullshit, but my brother had a similar situation, actually. He's really good at what he does. But in one of the firms he was in, he was changing jobs because he was trying to find a position that he genuinely liked when he moved to Germany, you know. So I think it was one of the first positions that he actually liked and wanted to stay in. So he worked his ass off, right? He works his ass off, but he was working his ass off so much at work that he didn't really feel like hanging out with coworkers later. So they would ask him like, hey, you want to go for drinks? You want to go to this like party or whatever? And he would always be like, no, because he wants to go home. He wants to see his wife. You know, he's been working his ass off the whole day. He's working overtime. He just wants to go home and he wants to chill for a bit. And then when they were having conversations about who to fire in a company because they had to fire a few workers, guess who got fired? He got fired because he wasn't chilling with the coworkers enough and they didn't feel like he was enough of a team player, even though he was doing most of the work. The company he's working in right now, he's having a much more, I don't want to say like casual time, because he still works a lot. It's just that he has learned how to prioritize, you know, his social time and how to have a nice balance between work time and social time and private life. And it's actually working out a lot better. So yeah, sometimes working too hard just creates a worse situation for you. When they are looking for someone to promote, they will not really pick a person to promote based on their hard work ethics. They will just try to figure out who's the best at, you know, team playing. We should just hire you. Thank you, thank you. Can I sign a contract for a minimum monthly wage? If I could do that with Twitch, I absolutely would.
Breakthrough we've been waiting for. This video will unravel the 3 big highlights of this groundbreaking proposal and give you an idea of the road ahead.
How do you automate your whole sales process in less than a minute?
Shut the fuck up.
Zapier. Because of Zapier, my sales...
The first big shift in this proposal is reshaping the EU institutions by giving the Parliament and the Council of the EU equal power in decision-making. Let me explain. The EU currently has 3 major institutions in the lawmaking process.
Too many.
Firstly, the European Commission. Think of it as the EU's idea factory, where fresh EU law proposals are born, with a president, currently Ursula von der Leyen, at the helm. Secondly, there's the European Parliament, which is essentially our voice in the EU. We elect its members, and they're responsible for discussing, tweaking, and voting on those law ideas from the European Commission. Thirdly, we have the Council of the EU. Picture it as an elite club where each EU country is represented by a minister. They too have a say, diving into debates and casting their votes on the proposals. For any new law to make the cut, both the Parliament and the Council need to be on board. On key decisions, however, the Council plays the main role, while the Parliament is only asked to give an opinion or approve what has already been decided. Obviously, this is a super quick overview with a lot of simplification, so if you would like more detail, check out my playlist on the European Union Explained, linked above. So what are the proposed changes? Let's start with the European Commission. Today, the EU Commission has 27 commissioners, one from each country, including one
To be completely honest, I don't know everything about Congress and Senate. So I imagine it could be, but like I genuinely don't know how they work.
president, called the President of the European Commission. In the
Okay.
proposal, the EU Commission will get a sleeker look with a new name executive, only 15 commissioners, and a name change for the president.
How do you pick the commissioners? Not a
The
fan.
President of the Union.
It's gonna be
The
just
president
Germans
gets to
in it.
handpick their team, as long as it's geographically and demographically balanced. Next, there's a
I don't trust this. I like having one from each country. I'm GG with, you know, being the executive. And then them being the president of the union. Like I'm okay with that. I don't know how I feel about them handpicking their team. Not really sure. I feel like it's okay to have. I feel it's a good idea to have one representative for each country. So I would keep this part. No, Ireland. Okay, yeah, that is true. The Irish must be silenced. That is correct. So maybe the French too. Maybe the French. Okay, listen. Best choice. A French person can be the president. But everyone else, the advisors, are from each single European Union country. So we can set the Frenchie on a proper path, okay? So the French is actually going to be led by us. They will not be allowed to make their own little Frenchy decisions. I feel that could be quite okay.
their team, as long as it's geographically and demographically balanced. Next, there's a European Parliament. Today, the EU Parliament has limited power. It can't propose new laws and has a minimal role in choosing the Commission President. However, the proposal empowers the European Parliament, granting it the authority to finally propose new laws in tandem to the Commission. Furthermore, the European Parliament would also get more say in the election of the Commission President, as they will be granted the ability to nominate the candidate. This would mark a pivotal shift. Currently, the European Commission President is selected behind closed doors by the 27 EU leaders. Critics have questioned how democratic this process is.
It isn't.
And allowing more involvement of the Parliament
I am the
will
critic.
make this process more transparent. The EU leaders will not be left out completely, though, as they still need to approve the nomination by a qualified majority. With the new proposal, the Parliament would also be granted the power to remove individual commissioners or the entire Commission through a simple majority. Today,
Okay, wait. I changed my mind. I support the previous thing with hand-picking commissioners if this is introduced. I support it. We can have only 15 commissioners. It will not be balanced. If you believe in them being balanced, come on. But I support there being only 15 of them, so we don't need a representative for each country. If the Parliament can remove a commissioner they dislike, I feel that's okay. Genders, I think genders are just randomly jumbled. President only has ceremonial power. Yeah, this is the only power a French person should ever have. So I can agree with that, you know. We can send them to take pictures and everything around. We can send them to be doing little greetings when foreigners come to visit. It's okay to do that with them, and then to keep them away from actual positions of power. I feel that's what they deserve.
it is only possible to dismiss the entire Commission all at once with a 2/3 majority. Finally,
I agree
the
with this
Parliament will gain
change.
the same power as the Council, as they will co-decide on all key EU policies. The EU will then have a bicameral system, where the Parliament will be the Chamber of Citizens and the Council will be the Chamber of States. Next, there's the Council of the EU.
I agree with that.
Today, the Council of the EU has significant power, particularly in fields like defense, foreign policy, and fiscal matters, thanks to each country's veto power. One of the standout features in the proposal, and honestly, one of my personal favorites, is the idea to scrap vetoes entirely. Instead, qualified majority voting, also called
Please.
QMV, would be used. With QMV, decisions require the agreement of 55% of member states, representing at least 65% of the EU's population, instead of unanimous approval. In my opinion, this would be a huge win for Europe. With leaders like Orban and potentially Fico from Slovakia, the veto currently lets a single country hold the whole of the EU hostage.
True.
I touched on 3 institutions earlier, but there's a 4th impacted by this proposal. Actually, the EU boasts 7 institutions. But for this video, we'll focus on these 4.
That's way too many.
Kudos to anyone who can list all 7 in the comments, without cheating of course. So the 4th key player is the European Council, which is made up of the EU country leaders alongside a president, steering the EU's overarching strategies. The proposal plans to lessen its decision power, putting the new President of the Union in charge, the same president as the European Commission we discussed earlier, meaning there would be one president leading the Commission and the European Council. Interestingly, the proposal also outlines plans for EU-wide referendums on big issues, allowing citizens to have more say. How these votes would work, though, is still up in the air. That wraps up the first major reform focus.
Okay, I agree with literally every single idea in this. I hope it works because this is great. This is great. This is great. May it work. If there's a way to vote for this to work, I want to vote for this to work. I want to see this come into power. 3 from North, 3 from Central. I feel they wouldn't be fairly picked. My prediction is that whoever becomes the president would be picking people who align with them ideologically. I don't really think there's a lot of chance for a lot of balance to take place. I do think they would try to keep the illusion of balance ongoing. I don't really think it would be balanced. But I also don't think that's a big issue if the parliament can remove commissioners they dislike. Like, I feel it's okay. I feel it's okay. It will not be perfectly balanced, of course not. It will not be nearly as balanced as would be having a representative from each country. But at the same time, them also being presidents of the European Council, I think it's rather okay. Because then you also do work with heads of states and you do get input from each state in the European Union. Plus, again, Parliament can remove commissioners, and I like that. How has the French historically handled the Balkan crisis? If you're talking about the breakup of Yugoslavia specifically, they were quite based. Frenchies were actually seen as allies of Croatia. So they were helping us a lot. One of our most celebrated soldiers in the Homeland War, Jean-Michel Nicollier. Here he is. He was a Frenchie volunteering for Croatians during the Homeland War. So he's one of the most famous heroes of Croatian fight for independence, celebrated heroes, and yeah. He was based. He was fucking based. Very good man. He saw the war was happening. He saw the news on TV and he felt heartbroken for the situation. So he just volunteered to come here and to help us. There was a new bridge being built in Vukovar recently, and they named the bridge after him. So I thought that was cute. I thought that was great.
Here at EU Made Simple, we're big fans of this direction, especially the emphasis on electing the president and ditching the vetoes. It tackles 2 core EU challenges: the democratic gap and the pace of decision-making. The proposed reform's second focus is widening the Union's competencies. In other words, widening the EU's areas of action. But what does this mean? Competencies outline who does what between the EU and its member states and are grouped into various types. Firstly, there are the exclusive competencies. Only the EU can make laws in these areas. For example, they decide on custom duties or monetary policy for countries using the euro. Secondly, there are these shared competencies. Here, both the
Everything
EU and
should
its
be
member
Croatia.
countries can make decisions. Think of this as teamwork in areas like the environment and energy. Then there are the supporting competencies. Here the EU can assist member countries, but can't overrule them. This happens in sectors like culture or education. There's also a special category called special competencies, which covers unique cases such as foreign policy. but the main three types give a good overview of how decision-making is distributed. Today, the EU and its member states jointly address environmental and biodiversity issues. The new proposal seeks to give the EU sole authority in these areas, allowing for bold goals to combat global warming and protect biodiversity.
Ako spavate na boku, morate čuti ovo. Obični jastuci nisu geometrijski oblikovani da odgovaraju ljudskoj glavi.
He just said the usual pillows are not geometrically shaped to fit a human head. So that was good.
Areas like public health, civil protection, industry, and education, the proposal envisions an elevated role for the EU, transitioning these from supporting to shared competencies. Furthermore, the proposal seeks to expand the Union's joint responsibilities in areas like energy, foreign affairs, defense, external border management, and cross-border infrastructure. Yet it lacks detailed specifics on these matters. That wraps up the second major proposed reform highlight. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the Israel-Hamas war in the Middle East, we at the EU Made Simple feel it's important for the EU to work together on defense, which is something we will be covering in a future video.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that too. So far, two proposals, both of them good. Two focuses of the proposal, actually, both of them good. So yeah, right now I'm quite positive of this, and I'm quite positive about European Union. I hope we do accept this change. A demonstration in front of our dear criminal PM. Are you in any sort of danger? How dangerous is the situation for you? I hope you're gonna be okay. Hope you're gonna be okay. I hope you get whatever you are protesting for.
So please subscribe if you are interested. The third focus of the proposed reform is to boost the EU's authority in ensuring member states follow EU laws, especially its core values. Presently, there's a mechanism in place, known as Article 7, often referred to as the nuclear option. This provision, when triggered, has the power to strip a member state of certain rights, including their voting right, if they are found in breach of essential EU principles. Yet its potency has been undermined by informal political arrangements, like the mutual understanding between Hungary and Poland, where they promised to not use it against each other. To address this, the proposal intends to move the responsibility of triggering this article from the European Council, where it can be vetoed by a single member state, to the more impartial Court of Justice of the European Union. So obviously these are a lot of changes. So what can we expect next? Will this pass? Well, the sponsor of today's video, the Union of European Federalists, or UEF, has given us a roadmap.
This proposal has had the support of 5 political groups of the European Parliament, and it is indeed a proposal for a more federal treaty for Europe. Now we have the next important challenge, because in the 22nd of November we will have the plenary vote on this same report. Once it is approved by the European Parliament, there will be another very important step, which is to have a majority in the European Council to convene a convention in order to debate this proposal by the European Parliament.
To summarize, the European Parliament will cast a vote on this transformative proposal by the 23rd of November. If it gets the green light there, it moves on to the European Council, where it needs to rally a simple majority to keep the momentum going. But it doesn't stop there. If we clear that hurdle, the stage is set for a convention to dive deep into the treaties of the European Union. Then there's the final challenge, achieving unanimity among member states to bring this vision to life. It really is a thrilling journey ahead. This is what we think. We will not...
When he says thrilling journey, he means it's impossible because the shitholes are going to stop it. Okay, there's no fucking chance to get Hungary and Slovakia to support this. Poland finally got onto the good side, so Poland will be supportive, I feel. Hungary and Slovakia are bigger issues, and then not even to mention the fact that we do have a bit of chaos players in the game who may be wanting to oppose this idea despite the fact that, you know, they really have no proper reason to. But I am expecting to feel quite a lot of struggle coming from a lot of states. I don't even know how Croatia would be voting for this. I know smaller European Union states like Croatia, have had interesting takes on removing the veto rule. For example, they had the idea that if you remove veto rule, then smaller states basically have no power at all. So I'm wondering how Croatia would feel about this and how Croatia would vote about this more. I care about that more than I care about, Orban and Fico only care about money. Yeah, that's true. It's removing veto, though, is, I think for a lot of states, it signals kind of losing their authority, losing their power, and relying on other states of European Union, other member states of European Union, to instead be voting, in a way that's going to benefit the Union as a whole. I do wonder if most states, if all member states are going to be willing to vote for this. I do hope they will, of course. Just would be interesting.
That we think that these changes are a good move for the EU, as it gives us more democracy, faster decision-making, and a better platform to tackle the world's biggest problems. However, it is a very long road ahead. We feel that it is possible, likely even, that the European Parliament and the European Council will muster a majority to start an EU convention, where the treaties can be discussed. But this is where the problems will start. Only 18 months ago, 10 EU countries opposed EU treaty change. And guess what? At the end of the convention, all 27 EU member states need to unanimously agree. And this will be incredibly difficult. A heartfelt shout out to our sponsor UEF. Established in 1946...
Okay, I'm surprised Croatia did not vote against. I'm guessing it's because we are currently being led by HDZ. We are currently being led by Plenković, and Plenković is really good in foreign policy. If there's one strength that man has, it is presenting Croatia in an acceptable light. So I think because of that, not only did he get us to vote against the UN resolution, which has refused to condemn Hamas for the terrorist attack, but also I think this is why he didn't, why our representatives didn't vote against this. And the current Croatian leadership, we might have a chance at being proper, so. You have to aim high, and then maybe some changes go through. Oh shit, yeah, that too. What if the shittiest changes go through? What if we just get the crappy parts? What if we get the 15 commissioners, hand-picked commissioners, but they don't have to be balanced? The commissioners idea I thought was gonna...
The Union of European Federalists has been a steadfast advocate for a European federation.
Thank you.
UEF is a cross-border, non-governmental political collective of dedicated individuals, both women and men, fervently working towards the vision of a European federation.
Why do they have a flag? Why do they have a flag like this? Why don't they just use the European Union flag?
Women and men, fervently working towards the vision of a European federation. Please let us know what your favorite reform is in the comments. And please subscribe and like the video if you enjoy the content.
Yeah, I thought that was good. Thank you for the video sharing. I thought that was really, really, really good. Main problem with EU is allowing countries like Poland and Hungary blackmailing EU for EU funds. Okay, majority voting is the way forward. Based. Maybe finally enter the first steps of an actual union. Nice. See, scrapping veto is a huge mistake. If a small country is ready to battle in solitary against the other 26, they have powerful reasons to do so and must be listened to. I think a lot of these types of arguments kinda... I don't know what situation they imagine. I don't know what situation they imagine where like there's legit reasons as to why one country might be having the right to override a decision made by all of the other countries. Yeah, like the only way I would see it is like if we are talking about sanctioning Hungary and Hungary vetoes it. But I don't know. I don't know what sort of situations they imagine about this would be a good decision. Even if we talk about making decisions in other, in some fields where European Union may be getting more power in, like, I don't know, education, for example. Surely, if your country is the only one against an educational reform, maybe you need to look into the problems within your own country and why this is so. Because surely not all other countries are going to agree to make an education reform in which they are specifically trying to teach their students that your country is shit. That's not going to happen. I don't know what sort of a scenario they imagine where the veto right is so much needed for this, like, one country opposing the decision of literally everyone else. Like, come on. Just means there's a strong discrepancy in political views. Yeah, could see that. But like, if there's all sides agree, one party doesn't, I wonder how much the discrepancy is actually something we should be, I don't want to say appeasing, tolerating. You know, like, I definitely feel, for example, if there was a law for allowing safer access to abortion, I feel, you know, maybe PIS would be getting their representatives to vote against it, stuff like that. That's not really a good thing, though, is it? It's not really a good thing when there's conversations about sending more aid to Ukraine and Hungary vetoes it. How do you see that as a good thing? Oh, one country fighting against everyone else. Yeah. Because they're the one country choosing to eat shit while everyone else is trying to do something good. Like, come on. When have we ever seen a situation where everyone else was trying to do something harmful and one hero country was stopping them using veto? Let's be real here. Hassan was kind of angry at Dylan's video. Oh yeah, Hassan. That's because Hassan is incredibly arrogant. Hassan is arrogant to the point of it being a caricature. Hassan does not take criticism against him seriously in the first place. It's not that he fights against it or that he gets angry at it or whatever. He doesn't take it seriously. He didn't even watch the video. He has made a claim that Dylan basically forced these Ukrainians to watch his content, which, like, I could even agree was cruel of Dylan to show anyone Hassan content. That should be some sort of a crime to do. But come on. Like, in the start of the video, they talk about wanting to watch this, wanting to review it. Anastasia several times in her content so far has commented on Hassan and his dumbassery. So did Topsen. To make up this claim of like, oh yeah, Dylan, this cruel little dude, comes to Ukraine and then sits these people down and then forces them to watch Hassan content? They've been responding to it already themselves. I'm still not entirely sure whose idea that video was, because I'm pretty sure Anastasia just wanted to do it to shit on Hassan. She had some really good arguments. We haven't seen the full video. We have to end it, but she made some really, really good arguments. I'm kind of believing she was prepared well for this. You know, it's as if she had like whole little notebooks of research on all the way Hassan's opinions are shit. And then she just wanted to have a way to make them go public. So, yeah, I don't know. I just kind of sucks Hassan didn't see it, because if he actually saw it, I feel he might have felt a bit bad. But because he's a caricature of a man, he will not look at any sort of criticism of himself. I don't know if you watched... Was it Dylan posting it on Twitter, I think? That someone tried to post this video on Hassan's subreddit, and Dylan's entire YouTube channel is banned from the subreddit. Like, videos from Dylan's YouTube channel cannot be posted to Hassan's subreddit. I don't know. I feel there's something... There's some sort of a red flag in thinking Dylan Burns is your enemy. Man, genuinely, like, he doesn't have any sort of extreme takes. I don't know. He's just based and that's it. I don't know if I've ever heard him say anything like worthy of hate, even when you could disagree with his views on something. I feel it never reaches the point of like genuinely having a reason to hate him. So, you know, being a full-out hater, that's, I don't know, for me that's like really, really fucking suspicious. Why waste my time criticizing me? I already know I'm correct on everything. Yeah, basically.
For those of you who said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you.
See?
There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it, to have them go, oh wow, how fucked up, fuck this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as fuck. It's such a weird psychopathic thing to do, especially considering that I have time and time again, over and over again, repeated my position, okay, that it is completely unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. Russia is cruel for doing such an act, and that Ukrainians, of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukrainian refugees. It is so insane to do a Jubilee video on this, okay? I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there, not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I went out there because I care about these people. So what am I doing? I'm like fucking using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, look how bad this guy is. Like, what the fuck?
Even, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. I haven't seen the clip before. But like, even when he is trying to criticize the video, he doesn't do it well. Nothing here actually makes Dylan sound bad. This is fucking stupid. That was just dumb. Dylan is one of the few people I can say I agree with, even before hearing his opinion. I wouldn't say I can trust an American that much, okay? There's still Maryland in that person, okay? He may be one of us now, but but yeah, I do have hope in him. Like when I see in his titles or whatever, when I see that he is going into a new topic, I do usually have hope that he's going to cover it well, and so far I have not been betrayed. So far, every time he went into a different topic or tried to have a conversation on something else, I have learned that, you know, I think our positions mostly align, which makes me just trust the dude for the future too. Kind of like with Destiny, to be honest. Like when I saw that he was going to comment on Israel-Palestine situation, I was like, yeah, okay, I'm guessing he will not go balls deep into, you know, very, very shallow takes. I'm guessing he will not try to do one of those cheap opinions of like, you have to pick a side or whatever. And he actually didn't. He seems to have gone very deep into researching the topic. So, you know, I think he is an okay creator to follow when it comes to this. And the same way, I think Dylan, when it comes to Ukraine, I think he's a great source to follow, specifically because he is on the ground. Tell that to the Russians, hey. He's about, hey, what I...
For those of you who said, chat, has he
Shut the fuck up.
For those of you who said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an...
I'm kind of disappointed by the fact his chat is frozen for most of this.
country.
That video is too much. The war tourist?
Making
there's something about Hassan which I think it's how you can usually figure out streamers' real agenda when it comes to certain conversations, and I feel the fact that his chat is filled with imbeciles proves that his little steps into Russian propaganda space have found a fertile ground, and they actually are working on them. So I don't know if you noticed, but when you watch him speak, like even when he says something supportive of Ukraine, you will still get his chat repeating Russian propaganda. You will still get his chat dehumanizing Ukrainians. In the same way he is dehumanizing Ukrainians right now, right here, basically pretending like these people didn't have agency to go and to criticize him themselves. No, Dylan Burns, the evil man from USA, had to come and force them to do this. His chat plays into this constantly. Even when he says something that you think is based, just remember that man is a grifter. Look into his chat, look into people supporting him. Okay, a person who genuinely supports Ukraine would not be having that trash around himself. How is it psychotic for them to react to the largest left content creator? Yeah, I don't know. He presented it as like, oh, it's psychotic for him to come there and then to show them basically like, oh, a man goes into Warzone to show people from the Warzone clips from a Twitch content creator. I don't think he's being honest about the influence big content creators have on the, viewership and thus the population. He has been into some quite mainstream spaces. His reach and his audience is quite huge. Man has real power. Hassan has real power, whether we like it or not, and we don't like it. I think he's intentionally trying to avoid acknowledging that, because when you acknowledge that you have real power, you are acknowledging that, yes, of course, people that you are talking about and whose perception amongst your audience you can genuinely be altering, they have every right to be, commenting on the way you are portraying them and their struggle and their country, of course. The fact he calls these out-of-context clips, I think, is even more ridiculous, because, several of these clips are quite long, and he goes into quite long explanations of his takes, and the explanation is horrible. Like the one where he goes into saying that Russia is taking their own land, their own people. How's that taken out of context? What is out of context there? There is nothing before or after that clip to defend what you are saying. When he had that little rant about how Russian invasion on Crimea was justified, there was nothing in the clip that you could have looked at and be like, oh yeah, he's joking. No, there's nothing in the entire live stream that you have a reason to look at and be like, oh yeah, in context this is different. It is not different. He was honest when he was saying this. The fact that you might have changed your opinion later doesn't make these clips be out of context. Hassan orbiters that will parrot Hassan takes and spread the propaganda even further. That too, definitely. I think we've seen a lot of very dumbass takes specifically coming from Israel-Palestine situation when it comes to that. So, he thought that was out of context because he was talking about Crimea being Russia's own land. But Dylan pointed that out in the video. So they knew that when reacting. Influencing people to vote for pro-against Ukraine support. I would say in the same way that the rest of propaganda machinery works, normalizing these ideas is harmful in itself. Right? It's like, if you look at, for example, Hinkle. Hinkle himself, he's like a 22-year-old rando who has a big account on Twitter, right? Like, could you legit claim Hinkle has real power in USA? Could you compare it to the power of politicians? Of course you couldn't. But he is normalizing certain types of conversations happening. And you can see that the more these ideas are normalized, the more they are pushed into the mainstream space, you will see more and more politicians also taking these ideas because the populace supports them more and more. Like you have already Republicans posting the dumbest fucking shit they could find online, straight from the mouth of Russian propaganda. It's because these ideas have become normalized because people keep on pushing them around. It is something that absolutely should be seen as inexcusable. Saying that Russia had justified reasons to go and invade Crimea, this is something that is inexcusable to say. And it must be seen as such. But he has said it, his fans repeat it, his orbiters keep on repeating it, so what you have in the end is just a bunch of people normalizing the idea of like, hey, you know, maybe it's okay for a country to go and invade another country and annex their territory. Maybe that's justifiable in some reasons. Maybe that's okay. So then when you see Ukrainians talking about wanting to reclaim their own land, you get people questioning them, and you get people questioning whether they want to even help Ukraine reclaim its own land. You're basically seeing the... I think Vlad Vexler made like a new video on this, but I don't know how much we feel about watching Vlad Vexler. But what you're seeing are people undermining the international law, in big part because you have these useful fools pushing around propaganda which normalizes these types of arguments. Good they have representation. Croatians must always be represented because Croatians are the best people in Europe. Who else? Hey, yo, Bram, thank you. But yeah, charity also absolutely is a big part of his power. Having a huge number of people to rally around you, of course, is very, very, very meaningful. Like you're seeing, I don't know, you look at people like Shtenenko, who are doing incredible, strong work, giving lots of drones to people fighting on the front line and creating actual real change. So yes, for charity you can do a lot. You can save a bunch of lives, you can influence the governmental decisions, which is what I think matters the most in this. You can influence the governments of your own countries. Faroe Islands? No, Croatia. It's just and only Croatia. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but like nothing else really matters. The only place that matters is Croatia. You heard it from a confirmed source. Me being Croatian. What did I tell you? Where did I have the... Hey, by the way, I saved another video. Guess what video this little piece of shit made? Why Israel is allowed to do everything Russia can't. Don't know how you feel about watching this. I basically don't know how you feel morally about hate watching. because I saw the preview of this, and this one, he made a post on his Instagram story, which was like, guys, kinda interesting that Israelis are still allowed to use, what was it, MasterCard? Visa and MasterCard, and the Russians got banned from it. Shut the fuck up. Russians got banned from these very, very soon after the invasion started. Yes, he is comparing Israel to Russia. I told you. Who was here defending this man in chat? Show yourself, so I can slap you on the ass. Okay, I told you last time he made a video. My opinions on Russia, and in no way did he mention Ukraine. What did I tell you? This man is a piece of shit. This man is a piece of shit. And what did I see in chat? Well, Vicky, why does his every video on Russia have to mention Ukraine? You can't make decisions on this man's quality of character based on the fact that in this one video he did not mention Ukraine. Of course you can. Of course you fucking can. If your country is attempting a genocide right now, and you make a video on your opinions of this country right now, and nowhere in the video you mention the attempt of genocide they are doing right now, you are a piece of shit. And he is a piece of shit. Now he made this video. I don't know how I feel about it. I like how he calls it my stupid point, because it fucking is stupid. So I don't know, but it reminds me of, you guys remember when they got banned from traveling to Europe as tourists? And then Russians were crying about how they're basically Jews during the Holocaust. How like soon we're going to start tattooing them with the numbers because we hate them so much, and we're gonna do a Holocaust of the Russians. See? So yeah, we might also be going into that one, but I really want to see the ending of this one. I can't really figure out if I hate Hassan or Roman more at this point, so we're gonna have to, balance it, even it out a little bit.
The guy who died in the Nazi camp. Yeah. Not to mention the fact that it was like I recently did research on that because I'm always asked about that. And the number of collaborations, the highest number of collaborations. Wait, you had to do research about Bandera? Aren't every Ukrainian taught from that from school? I have to know what's up. I'm being asked all the time and calling Bandera Ukrainian Nazi war all the time. So I gotta, play this out. So basically the number of collaborators was less than 1% in Ukraine. Yeah. We are talking non-stop about this Nazi problem, despite the fact that amount of Nazi collaborators in Ukraine was less than 1%, and 7 million people served in Red Army,
Top
and 5 million Ukrainians died
outside of his flat.
And we have to deal with these people like that, watching videos of us and calling us Nazis. People who didn't suffer from Nazis, by the way, Americans, not nearly as much as Ukrainians.
And the people who are okay with us being subjugated and
Fuck that
captured,
shit,
right?
honestly, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. We're going to go on to the next video. So, today is the anniversary of the Kurdish
Yeah, I'm watching on Kick too. I'm watching on Kick too. I love the man. He could be a good Twitch streamer. We should ask him why he's not streaming on Twitch. Present the idea. Next time you go to Kick, go to Thompson's stream and be like, "Hey Thompson, have you ever heard of this platform? It's called Twitch." I feel you would be a good streamer there. I feel you would be having lots of fun on that platform. Maybe, maybe you could switch.
Illegally in occupied land, and Hassan had a take after the bridge was targeted. It was targeted in order to disrupt Russian supply lines to the front, since it's a major supply line.
Oh yeah, Hassan had a stupid ass take.
Hassan ended up calling the targeting of this bridge a war crime. And so we're going to play the audio of his
Man, Russia, that's what pisses me off about Croatians the most. The arguments Russia is using against Ukraine are literally word by word arguments Serbia was using against Croatia. And yet you have Croatians supporting Russia. Like, I've literally spoken to Croatians who genuinely believe Ukraine is a Nazi country, because Russia says Ukraine is a Nazi country, right? And then you're like, hey, are you aware that when Arkan was coming here, when Arkan was killing our people, he said he has to kill Croatians because all Croatians are Ustaše, and if he doesn't come here to kill them, then Croatians are going to wake up the Ustaše spirit again. They're going to create new Jasenovac, they're going to kill all the Serbs. That was literally the Serbian propaganda at the time. If it's incredible, but like so many of our own people, if you could like pluck them from the current timeline, and if you could put them into the lands of Yugoslavia 30 years ago, they would be full ready to go and fight for Serb paramilitaries. They would be full ready, they would be there side by side with Girkin. Girkin would be like, oh guys, yes, there's Nazis all over us, we need to kill all of these Bosniaks and Croats because they are Nazis and they are evil and they hate Serbs, and these people just fall right for it. Right for it. Serbia and Arkan. Arkan specifically was right here where I am. Arkan specifically was right here. Arkan specifically was killing people of my family. And Arkan was doing so with full blessing of Serbian state. It's very similar to how Prigozhin has been going and invading Ukrainian villages, towns, everything, and how Prigozhin has been given blessing and weapons from the Russians. Very similar situation was with Arkan. So Arkan's crimes directly were supported by Serbian propaganda at the time, in the same way that Prigozhin's and Wagner crimes were supported by Russian propaganda at the time. It's literally the mirror of the situation. Doesn't Croatia has the chess graphic from Nazi collab? No, we just had a conversation about this. Let me show you. See? See. This is the chess graphic. Good chess graphic, bad chess graphic. Good chess graphic, bad chess graphic. Gotta remember that. It's incomparable to countries using actual, Nazi collaboration graphics. With Nazis. You know the one how Russia was using basically the current Russian flag. Fuck, I wonder why they had it. There was a whole Wikipedia on this. But basically the current Russian flag is exactly the same graphic as the flag that Russian collaborationists were using. It's exactly the same fucking one. But the first color white has been there before Russia. Yeah, that's also true. 8 Archer self-propelled artillery units from Sweden. Thank you, Sweden. You are our best friend. Fuck Russians in the ass, my dude.
Accusation, so you can listen to his own words.
It's a bridge where,
Thank you. Roa? I was trying to remember the name of it. I was trying Russian Liberation Army. Let me see. Because they used a different one at the time and then they used this one. So yeah, Croatia actually based. We moved away from our Nazi past. I actually do support punishing the use of Ustaše symbols in Croatia. I think it's a good thing to condemn. I think it's a good part of our history to be acknowledging we made a horrible mistake as a nation, part of a nation. Not all of us were collaborationists, but the part we're in, we need to acknowledge that. But yeah. Now they only need some shells.
Supplied, but it's also a bridge that, connects Crimea to the Russian mainland. That's a bridge, so it absolutely can...
Wait, Lucky, I have a question. What's your take on this? What's your take on this? Which is the official poster for this year's Day of Remembrance of Vukovar victims. I wanna hear the take, because I've tried to explain to foreigners why the symbolism specifically right here is quite problematic. And I don't know if I have been good enough at explaining it. Like, are you seeing a problem? Are you seeing an issue? 155mm NATO is standard in Sweden, so I'm hoping they can release some from the stockpiles. Of course they can! Who the fuck is gonna invade Sweden? They're up there, back there. No one's gonna touch Sweden. No one's gonna touch Swedish lands. No one can afford to touch Swedish lands. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. The Sea Dude's horse, by the way, which again, must I remind you. What's his stupid ass name? Marco? Marco Skeio. Looks like this. Like, might I remind you? Neo-Nazis are not the smartest people in the universe, my dude. Okay, they're trying to be subtle with the way they are hiding their Nazism. They're not doing it too well. They're not doing it too well, okay? This is very not subtle. This is very not subtle. They're trying. It's like a monkey trying to hide the fact he's very stupid, but he can't do it because he's very stupid. That's what neo-Nazis are. So yeah. More of a joke. Yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. He just really, really likes Charlie Chaplin because he's a joke. Kazakhstan? Hey, I saw some news about Kazakhstan recently. Fuck, I can't remember it. Could it be persons behind the design with Ustache and it fell under the radar, people in charge? No. It's like with the... we had conversations here when there was chaos with the Croatian football team having those patches on their dress that they were playing sports in. Basically, they had patches, and the patches were supposed to have the Croatian coat of arms on them, right? And the squares were incorrect. The squares were incorrect, right? So the first square was white. Now, I remember having a conversation on stream about this, and I specifically remember one comment. I don't know which one of you said it, but one comment which was like, oh yes, Croatians are raising a lot of fuss over this, but like the foreigners don't even notice. Because foreigners don't know which square is supposed to be the first in the first place, so you people don't notice. We could be walking around with Nazi memorabilia around, you wouldn't know. Because you don't know the symbolism of Croatian Nazis. The thing is, Croatians know. There's no chance a Croatian mistakenly places white as the first square. It doesn't happen. For a person from Croatia, this does not happen. In the same way, it does not happen that you make an event commemorating victims of the Homeland War and you accidentally make U in a sentence bigger. It doesn't happen. There's no chance that this is something anyone overlooked. This is something that as a Croatian, especially when it comes to Homeland War conversation, you will be actively seeking out. It's like how if the Russian embassy makes a poster on something, you would notice if the in, holy shit, I got scared, in any of their sentences was bigger, right? You wouldn't miss this out. You wouldn't miss this out. You would notice if the was bigger than the rest of letters. There would be no way for you to miss this out. That's how Croatians are when it comes to O. Like, you wouldn't miss this. You wouldn't miss this. You would see. You sure average Croat knows what color is the first square? Yes. I'm sure an average Croat knows. I am also sure an average Croatian neo-Nazi is more likely to be a pussy playing dumb rather than admitting they know what they were doing when they leave it blank. That's how I see it. It reminds me of that. Who did we have recently the news on? We had the news about one of our Croatians pissing on some statue. What was it? And then he got arrested. And then he cried. And he said he was kind of pressured into doing that. The average neo-Nazi is incredibly stupid and also incredibly cowardly. You will not meet a neo-Nazi who is actually a proper person with a proper personality, right? They will rather pretend they don't know what color the first square is rather than admitting that they know why they left it blank. And I don't believe an average Croat doesn't know. Normal double cross, and then there's the bad double cross. Yeah. And like, you wouldn't really believe it that someone drew it accidentally. Who is in middle and like other vocabular letters? No, because in the sentence, which is right here it's the bigger. In the sentence right here, where it clashes, here it's the big one, and that is a choice. That was a choice. Explain this. Oh no. Okay. Listen. Technically, you could say it's just warped, so like the ending goes in the back. I have no idea. I have no idea what to tell about this one. I don't even know. I wanna see the normal double cross, and I wanna see the bad double cross. Logo of a tennis player resembling... Oh, shit, I didn't even know about that. Oh, wait, no, yeah, there was. That was tennis. Oh, man, yes. I remember seeing, like, few posts on it. That was that. Yes, my true. Westoid media see swastika everywhere in Ukraine. Oh yeah, to be fair, Ukraine is dealing with the same thing Croatia was dealing when we were fighting our war, which was a rise of extremists in the volunteer ranks. It's expected. It's something you are almost, expecting to see in this sort of a situation. After the war, it will be on Ukraine to figure out how to deal with this, but like during the war, I don't really expect a good solution attempt. It's not really like you can pick and choose who you want to be volunteering to defend your country. British have a bit of bigger issues, with having to defend your country from being eradicated in the first place. A building at a Jewish cemetery was burned, and someone smeared a swastika at the wall, and they were too stupid to paint it the correct way. Have you seen those? Oh shit. There was it a Reddit account? Reddit subreddit? Or was it a Twitter thing? When they were going around and just posting photos of fucked up swastikas. And there were so many of them. like neo-Nazis attempting to draw a swastika on the wall, and they just like jumble it and it doesn't look like anything. It's just like a bunch of lines because they turn it the other way, and then you can't really make it look the way you want it to be looking. They're stupid people. They're incredibly stupid people. It's hard to be a Nazi because it's hard to draw a swastika. It was first a meme on the LGBTQ community, but now they identify with it. What? Oh, this feels like I have to show this to Cringe. I have to show this to Cringe. He would love it.
_war just subscribe.
Maybe some Hamas supporters too. Ooh. Swastika art. Oh, nice! It does exist. Hey, Loki, thank you for a sub, thank you. It does exist. Can we show it on stream? Can I show fucked up swastikas on stream? Am I allowed to do that? Is that against the TOS? But yeah, see these? fucking stupid. They're just too fucking stupid. They don't know how this works. They don't know. They have no idea. Fair. ZV, yeah, I saw it and it's like 2 years ago. Don't know if you can see the exact date. Oh, April 10th, 2022. Are we surprised? Are we surprised? No, we're not surprised. Not at all. Not at all. Actual one, an actual one. I'm gonna get removed from the platform. Hey, yo, Raptor, how's life?
In the same way that when Russia blows up shit on the civilian infrastructure and claims that they're doing it for, you know, military purposes, it's just like bullshit. Not that it
I wanna see it. Okay, fair. But yeah, average Nazi of today's age. So when they're trying to be subtle, that's why they fail, you know, that's why they do the fucking scale thing. They don't have the brains to figure out how obvious this is. They don't have the mind to figure it out. They're just dumbasses. They're just going around trying to hate on everything, and that's it.
They literally blew up the pipelines, dude. They blew up the pipelines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe. And it went nowhere. I felt like I was eating every crazy pill on the goddamn planet when I was talking about it. And everyone was like, Hassan, you don't have enough information for this. It's like, what are you talking about? You have to look to, like, who stands to benefit in situations like this, right? So, ultimately...
I would give my life to know if he read the Seymour Hersh article. Man, I was hoping he's gonna mention Seymour Hersh, and he isn't, and I think now he moved away from that sentence, so he's not gonna say it. I'm hoping so much that was his fucking opinion. Drawing the swastika wrong during actual Nazi time was a crime. In that case, I think we can give to these Nazis of today a taste of at least, you know, one part of what their beloved country would have been like. They should be punished under whatever that law was. Whatever the punishment was for fucking up swastika during Nazi time should be the same punishment for fucking up the swastika today. He talked about it on stream, about Seymour Hersh. Why, did he fall for it? Did he fall for the dude? What was the site? Do you think the site is good enough to do that? This one. But do you think you can look for Seymour Hersh? How the fuck is his name even written? Does this even work lately? Because I tried using it on my phone recently and I couldn't figure out how to keep it working. Now it goes, check out the others. Nord Stream. How do I force it to work? How do I force it to be working? Man. It's now your influences. And there was a way for it, or do you just like need to wait for 20 million hours for it to load? It used to be working properly for me previously, and there was a way, let me just do this. You could basically see wherever they mention specific things in their transcripts. I used it when Topsin was making a video on Hassan, because I was going through Hassan's streams to find clips of Hassan saying stupid shit. So it was a good one to use at the time. I went through Destiny for a while to figure out what he was saying about Croatia and Balkans and stuff like that. He was okay. Destiny was okay, to be honest. I trust that one. How do you know it's a Croatian? Oh, look, she's she's lucky she didn't get the Istrian handshake. Okay, so I'm just saying, count your blessings.
Got confused.
Ultimately, it's ridiculous. And this is what happens every single time.
So he talked about Nord Stream a little bit at the end there, but you guys can comment on that if you want. But I wanted to start with the Kerch Bridge statement.
No,
no,
Simo Hirsch.
Saying that the targeting of the Kerch Bridge was a war crime.
Well, this is about the most stupid thing. We've heard a lot of stupid things, but this is about the most stupid thing. Because in every war in human history, bridges have been the most legitimate, the most on-the-nose legitimate war target you can ever imagine. This is the bridge that was built illegally on the annexed territory, first of all.
Specifically for the military.
Yes. Second of all, for supplies, millions of videos of tanks, I don't know, like armored vehicles, artillery, going through this bridge, us attacking that bridge in the time of the day where there was the least amount of people there possible. Yeah. So it calls that and compares it, the worst thing, to Russians blowing up residential areas, blowing up hospitals, kindergartens. At that day, he commented on the bridge, just so you guys know. But this was the day when Zaporizhia was attacked. And the entire building was leveled, and more than 50 people died. And he didn't say a word, but he said plenty of words about attacking a legitimate target and calling it a terrorist act and comparing it to actual terrorist acts. That's all I have to say about this.
Yeah, I do have a theory. Anna is the one who wanted this video to be made because she hates her son and she wanted her hatred for her son to be made public. And I support every single second of that energy. Like, great, thank you.
Yeah, that's a day blew up, so basically accusing us.
Yeah. Like it's a fucking fact, proven fact, but it's not. No one knows.
It's like when a teacher never noticed bullying in school, and some big kid punches the little boy, and then once he like strikes back, like, oh my god, what are you doing? It's the same thing. It's
oh my god.
That opinion for a while.
He said it himself. It's used for military purpose.
Yeah, he does say it in the beginning. In that sense, it's not legitimate.
So attacking a military target is a war crime nowadays.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Thank you, Hassan.
Well, thank you, Hassan, for letting me know.
You know, it's like the more times he like is proven wrong, his position moves like to the moves closer to the correct position. Like, you know, he like war is bad and all of that. But he always occupies like the most pro-Russian position that is maybe portrayed as believable to some people.
That makes sense.
It's like invasion's not gonna happen. It happened. Well, it was provoked. No, it wasn't. But like, then Ukrainians make a war crime, you know?
That's what he does in most things I've seen, and that's why, for example, calling him like a pro-Russia person probably is not exactly correct, but he does play apologia for Russia, he repeats Russian narratives,
What if he's just stupid?
That's also a possibility, of course. But he does do it, and intentionally or not, that's another question, right? But he does do it, and he plays up the narratives that harm us, that harm our country, that cause a lot of damage, especially considering the fact.
What do you mean? Hassan responded to this by calling Dylan a pervert. I mean, no lies detected. What do you? No, he. No, wait. There was the entire. What were the words following the word pervert or preceding it? How dare you? Who the fuck is Hassan? The biggest political streamer. The problem with Hassan and people like Hassan is that they have a lot of, I think you could call it soft power. When you have amassed thousands of people to watch your content regularly, you are in a position of power and you must be acknowledging that and making content relevant to that fact, right? Like, you can't just go in and fucking spread around Russian propaganda. That's a horrible fucking thing, my dude. It's inexcusable. It's basically like, having your own Solovyev around here. He's a huge streamer. I believe he is the biggest political streamer, if I'm not mistaken. Why lots of leftists, LGBT fans put a Hassanabi tag on stream? The reason Hassan is so big as a political streamer is because Hassan has presented himself as the representation of the online left. So online leftists, when they want to find each other, they will often use Hassanabi tag to find other Hassan viewers who want to also be watching his content. It's like, as if we put in Destiny tag to get other fans because you think his fans will be aligning with our opinions. Why would he even deny his reach? I think he is not really... well, in the response, have you seen the response? I don't think he's denying his reach. I think he's mostly into the idea of pretending it's irrelevant to even comment on it.
For those of you who said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it, to have them go, oh wow, how fucked up, fuck this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as fuck. It's such a weird psychopathic thing to do, especially considering that I have time and time again, over and over again, repeated my position, okay, that it is completely unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. Russia is cruel for doing such an act, and that Ukrainians, of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukrainian refugees. It is so insane to do a Jubilee video on this, okay? I can't, I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there, not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I went out there because I care about these people. So what am I doing? I'm like fucking using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, look at how bad this guy is. Like, what the fuck?
Just dumbassery overall. But yeah, I do think he's choosing to ignore the importance of his reach. And I do think his reach is important. I wouldn't agree with the idea that, 26,117 viewers on average with so-far politicians, edgy base dwellers, is not much power. I would disagree with that because I do believe that the way Russian propaganda has been spreading through our nations all of this time is through these very, let's call them subtle ways of pushing propaganda around. When MH17, for example, have you guys seen the research on MH17? I posted it in Discord. When MH17 was shot down, what did Russia do immediately when they shot it down? They bragged about it. Immediately they bragged about it because they thought it was a Ukrainian plane. So they brag about it, the news report on it. What happens then? They figure out they killed a bunch of civilians. What do they do then? They create a bot army on Twitter to go around and to blame Ukrainians for shooting down MH17. What was the result of that? Until 2022, we pretended we did not know who shot down MH17. Until 2022, people were still fucking debating who shot it down. And the only influence Russia used at the start of pushing this into media space were a bunch of Twitter bots. They had no followers. They had it wasn't even believable profiles. It's something you would look at and you would be like, is this really the best you have? Is this really the best power you have? A bunch of newly created accounts with no profile pictures, with obviously lazily generated names. That's the best thing you have. It was, and it worked. Yes, they posed, they took pictures with the wreckage, they took pictures with the belongings of people that they killed. And we pretended we didn't know who shot it. It's the same thing with Russian invasion on Crimea. You have Girkin admitting that when his forces entered Crimea, they got no support from local population, no support from local government. You have Girkin on video admitting that they had to use guns to push the locals into voting on this referendum to support the annexation of Crimea. Girkin admitting it out loud. What do you see in online spaces? People still debating whether Crimea wanted to separate or not. And this opinion being normalized directly influences how much we as nations are supporting our countries sending aid to Ukraine. So, yeah, I do think people like Hassan are incredibly dangerous to have around. I do think his pushing of Russian propaganda is incredibly dangerous. I do think that when we look at normalization of Russian propaganda, I do think that it reaches far wider area than just his audience. He is just one of the players in this, trying to push it to Western audiences. And I think every single one of them must be condemned for what they are doing. Daily dose of depressing world. Hey, yo! Yeah, Girkin was a piece of shit, absolutely. Absolutely. Luckily, Russians got him right now, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if he forms another opposition party. That might be fucking interesting to see. Talking about opposition, have you guys seen Arestovich? Arestovich went full Navalny. Arestovich did a little interview recently, in which Arestovich has said that he supports Ukraine having good relations with Russia in the future. He thinks Russia can be made into a democratic society if only Russia were to get rid of Putin. Because Putin is the bad player in this. No one else, just Putin. Western propaganda is more prevalent in our media spaces. I think Western propaganda, most of Western propaganda that I'm seeing unironically is, when we talk about Western sourced propaganda, is anti-West. There's something really, I don't know the word I would use, disheartening about the fact that, for example, if you go to these pro-Russian Westerners, they will be creating defense for Russia that Russia itself does not make. Like, they will deny killing of civilians that Russia itself gloats about. I don't know if you guys remember, but when Russia was talking about destroying Ukrainian energy infrastructure last winter, like, we've shown the videos of this. They had talk shows. What's the blonde woman's name? Someone in chat calls her the cheese girl. The cheese girl was doing shows in which she was like, oh yeah, we have actually been forced to bomb Ukrainians, so they are forced to fucking go hungry and to freeze during the winter. We have been forced into this, poor little Russians. And at the same time you go to Western parts of the internet and the Westerners are like, this is Ukraine bombing itself. Russia would never do this. Why would Russia try to kill Ukrainians who actually are Russians, definitely? Russia would never do this. No, Russia is not guilty in this. This is Ukraine bombing itself to get more stuff from USA. Like, they're making defenses for Russia that Russia itself does not make. Russia itself does not deny hitting civilian infrastructure. Russia itself does not deny wanting to freeze Ukrainians during winter. They don't deny this. They brag about it whenever they have had a successful hit. And they literally celebrated it. And then you go to Hinkle, and Hinkle's like, Russia? Russia would never. Russia is nice. Thank you. This shirt was a birthday gift, actually. I got it, like, yesterday. Plenty of psychos waiting in the wings after Putin. Yeah, Arestovich definitely is playing dumb when it comes to this. There has to be some cash money in the game. There has to be something. Because, like, he knows who's the next option in line. There's whole lists. I don't know how much you guys care about Russians. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You should give zero shits about that nation overall. But in case there's a little bit part of you that is actually interested, go and look into the most likely successors of Putin. There's a list of several people, depending on which list you look at, depending on the source of the list, you will see different people on it. Not a single one of them is a normal democratic choice. Every single one of them is a piece of shit. Like, there's no hope for Russia. Russian people do not want to support a normal leader. They basically have no one even trying to be normal in the political scene. If Ukraine is to flourish, it will have to normalize relations with Russia anyways. I don't agree with that. I think they can enter European Union, and I think we can just prop them up. I don't think they need Russia. I don't think anyone needs Russia. I literally, Kadyrov. I genuinely don't think anyone needs Russia. Putin is considered a moderate. I also disagree with that. I think that's part of his propaganda. I don't agree with the idea of Putin being a moderate. I know that it's a common topic to talk about in Western circles, that like, oh yeah, well guys, Putin is actually the normal option. If we were to kill Putin, then what if he gets replaced by someone even worse? And I think that option is absolutely fucking delusional. We're talking about a man who has staged invasion on Georgia, invasion on Crimea, invasion on eastern Ukraine, and then now a full-scale fucking invasion on Ukraine overall. The fuck is moderate about that? He is not moderate. That man is not moderate. And I absolutely disagree with the idea that he is less bad than any other. Oh yeah, not to even talk about him supporting the Internet Research Agency, which has been fucking up societies basically globally at this point. Not to even talk about him destroying Syria, not to talk about his actions in Africa, not to even go into that. I definitely disagree with the idea he's moderate. I think the reason people say he's moderate, though, is because when you look at people in Russia who are worse, you look at people who are not in position of power. So because they are not in position of power, they can eat shit. So look at, for example, you know what I would compare it to? You guys have seen Trump talk about how he would solve the situation, correct? You've seen Trump be like, I would give them, what was it, a day? And if Putin doesn't get out in a day, I would just send troops there and wipe out his military or whatever the fuck it was. He's eating shit. He's eating shit. When he talks about forcing these two to sit at the table and have a conversation, he's eating shit. He can be eating shit because he's not actually in a position of power. So he can make up these scenarios of what he would do because he's not in a position of power. It's not expected of him to actually act this out. If he were in position of power, the same way he was already, he would not be having the ability to attempt all of these things. In the same way, I think the situation is like that for possible Russian leaders too, right? Like Girkin can be like, oh yeah, guys, well, if I was the leader of Russia, I would definitely nuke Ukraine right now. He can say that. He can eat shit. He's not in a position of power. He can do that. if he actually were in position of power, you think that man would agree to mutually assured destruction, to drop a nuke on Ukraine, which would inherently mean that you are fucking up at least part of Russia because of nuclear fallout? Come on. He wouldn't. He's allowed to eat shit now because he's not in a position of power. It's not like he is expected to actually do this now. He doesn't have the power to attempt. Oh, he did have some, I believe the entire thing was that, like, if they wouldn't end this themselves, I would be forced to end it. I don't remember the exact quote. I would need to find the interview. But yeah, eating shit overall. It's like we got opposition in Croatia. Here for Croatians in chat, you know this. When opposition in Croatia goes, oh yeah, when I get into position of power, I'm gonna end corruption. And then what do when they get power? They don't. They don't. They give up any attempts. They just play along with the already corrupt system. It's one thing to be threatening these very extreme actions while you are in the opposition. It's a whole another thing to actually come into the position of power and act out on this. I do believe if we were to see any sort of more extreme option in Russia, I don't believe they would really have the ability to be more extreme than Putin is already. Like, he is already basically as fucked up as it gets. He has already, again, staged several invasions, several ethnic cleansing campaigns. Man is literally presiding over Russia in a time where Russia is attempting a genocide of a nation right next to it. He is playing along. He wrote that whole article about how Ukrainians shouldn't be existing. He was watching that old ass map and pretending he doesn't see Ukraine on it, just so he would have a reason to claim that Ukraine deserves to be wiped out. Man is playing along with a genocide. He is not a moderate option.
That he parrots Russian propaganda unchecked to millions of people.
Yeah, that's how Most. Do you remember when Most was getting in power? I remember Most getting in power because Most getting in power is what unironically got my entire fucking family to become apolitical. I'm still fixing that. When Most wanted to get in power, what was their campaign? We're going to end corruption. We're going to be a third option because you have option A, which is really corrupt, and then you have option B, which is really corrupt. And what we are going to do is we are going to be option C, and we are going to be not corrupt at all. What happens? Elections happen. Most is in a position where they can either do a coalition with one of the corrupt groups, or we can repeat the election, allowing them to get more votes and to actually have a chance of building a government of their own. What do? They do a coalition with corrupt officials. They turn out to be the same shit at the end. While they were still in the opposition, they were allowed to eat shit and to pretend they are against corruption because they were not in a position of power. Nothing was expected out of them, right? When they got some crumb of power, they just went along with the system. In the same way that, if Girkin gets into power, he's not gonna fucking nuke Ukraine. He's just gonna get comfortable within the system that is already created for him. Really terrible at ethnic cleansing. The ethnics never seem to be cleansed. I would agree Putin was quite... Do we want to say efficient at his attempts in both Georgia and the areas of Ukraine that his military has invaded in 2014. Like, if you look at what his people did in Crimea, if you look at what they did in eastern Ukraine,
To watch is Ashkenazi interviewing the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party's nomination. This is Marianne Williamson. She's considered very progressive for American politics. And they're talking about the issue of sending aid to Ukraine, supporting Ukraine. And Hasanabi, when Marianne Williamson indicated that she wanted to continue to support aid and support the Ukrainians, he started to bring up negotiations that happened during the start of the war with Boris Johnson and his story of events, interrupting and stopping the successful negotiations, basically avoiding the peace that could have been. Let's play the clip.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I guess I do agree that if the United States would withhold all arms from Ukraine tomorrow, that this would be absolutely devastating for Ukraine. I don't disagree with that, except due to that reality, I think that they have a lot more power in the negotiations process in terms of like issuing a terms of ceasefire than, you know.
But what does that look like? I don't understand quite what that
Wait, it was the same here. When you say they allowed the corrupt party senators come over, join his party, because he said he needed it to get seats. Same thing. Same exact thing. They were like, oh yeah, well guys, we had to work together with them to get more seats. Are you not seeing how this is inherently corrupt? Are you not seeing what you're doing? You are allying with people who are corrupt to get more power for yourself. And you pretend to be anti-corruption? What are we doing? What are you doing? What is your entire fucking campaign based on? Just imbeciles. I think I'm really supportive of putting political education in schools, starting first grade immediately. Political education, especially political literacy, especially like figuring out what populism is, because holy fucking shit, is it annoying to watch it. Just, political stances. I think when it comes to Croatia specifically, I'm gonna go with the lesser evil option. I do not believe we have a proper party in politics. I believe we're kinda... Because here's my thing, okay? I used to be SDP person. I used to be very anti-HDZ. However, then Russians invaded Ukraine. And what happened then? Plenky was on the proper side of history, and we got Milanovic over there supporting the Russians. So that kind of pushed me into just despising both at the moment. I feel if I was forced to vote, I would vote HDZ. This is the first time in my life as a citizen of Croatia, I would vote HDZ because I believe HDZ is lesser evil and I believe they would not be bending over for Russia. And I say this knowing that HDZ was getting direct cash money from Russians until very while ago. I think this is like the first time I would actually consider circling HDZ on the ballot. I feel horrible about that, by the way. I'm kind of hoping that we see a switch in the situation when next year comes and they actually have to do their campaigns properly. There's also, of course, other parties like Frosik, for example. Možemo is getting a lot of attention recently. I still don't know what they think about Ukraine. I have asked. I got one person from Možemo in my DMs recently. Relatively recently. It was like 2 months ago, I think. She's basically local. She's working for the party, and she was like talking about the idea of, you know, lobbying and everything, and how it would be interesting to, you know, try and get more voters in these rural areas because I live in a village. So it would be like interesting to get some people to join the party from these areas so we could do lobbying for the party. And I remember asking her, like, what's your official stance on it, though? Like, can I hear the official stance? Because I don't really see lots of comments on that. Would you be willing to tell me your opinions? And she wasn't. And the fact she wasn't willing to tell me her opinions makes me think I don't want to support them. Basically, I'm operating on I refuse to support any party neutral or supporting Russia. I refuse. So a party that I would consider voting for must be pro-Ukraine. No question about this. They must be pro-Ukraine. Everything else, I'm kinda open to consideration, because I think most of our parties kind of agree on. I think we're basically doing this thing where we like pretend to have the left and the right, but we don't really have the left and the right. So I'm open to both, mostly. I'm not really open to most. I'm not really open to Domovinski Pokret. I think Škoro, by the way, Domovinski Pokret is directly funded by Prvo Plinarsko Društvo, which has direct connections to Russia. So I'm also not open to having any sort of connection to them. But man, I'm just hoping. I'm hoping that during the next year, parties have to make their opinion crystal clear. Just crystal clear, and I'm hoping to know exactly what is the future for their support for Ukraine. Grubin is unheard of. Yeah, that too. He's kinda... I don't even know what's wrong with dude, to be honest. He's trying. Like, I see him a lot everywhere. I see him quite a lot on the news. I see him quite a lot giving statements. I see him being active. I don't know why it's so hard to give a shit about that man. But it's so hard to give a shit about that man. And I'm actively trying to follow politics. I'm actively following politics. And it's so hard to give a shit about him. So I can imagine for an average person in Croatia, they care even less. I don't know. SDP feels like a party without a president at the time. Yeah, he's a big man. He's quite memorable. His name is memorable. He has literally nothing that you would expect to find in a politician that forgettable, but he's very forgettable. It's like... What's his fucking name? Josipovic? Because I always forget Josipovic. Josipovic, I think we mentioned this on the stream, guys, a few times. In case you don't remember, the most important fucking president of Croatia, Josipovic, he was perfect. He did nothing. He had no opinions. He had no anything. Man was existing. For the time he was a president of Croatia, it's like we had no president. Perfect person to take the ceremonial position. Nothing. He had no scandals because he was too boring for scandals. Current leader of SDP, same shit. It's like, I don't know why he's so boring. And it's Marina Tbilisi. Wait, what would the Americans say for this? They probably have a way to describe it. It doesn't smell, it doesn't stink either. Hassan Hassan is the biggest... neither here nor there. Thank you. Yes. Hassan is the biggest political streamer on Twitch.tv, one of the biggest political influencers overall. Self-proclaimed socialist. I'm pretty sure he's not a communist, right? Is Hassan a communist? I don't think he uses that word. But yeah, one of the biggest political influencers when it comes to online spaces, and also a big dumbass on... I want to say a big dumbass on Ukraine, but he's kind of dumb on most of topics that I have seen him talk about. To be fair, I do mostly see him talk about European topics because that is what I am interested in. But I think a man should sometimes just accept to, you know, solely choose to follow USA politics and that's it. Maybe it would be nice for him to pick something he might be good at and to stick to that. I'm just... in my mind right now, there's just that video of him talking about Greece and Turkey having dogfights up in the air. He was like crazy, right? In defending themselves and taking back their occupied areas. He said that after he got called out for being very pro-Russian. Hassan is one of those people who do not hold positions genuinely. Hassan is one of those people who hold positions because they think that holding this position is what is going to get them the most positive attention. Let's say it like that. He knows what he is doing very, very well. So at the start, he was full into, Ukrainians are Nazis, Ukrainians have a bunch of neo-Nazis there. Russia had every right to invade Crimea. Russia was justified, specifically his words, Russia was justified in taking over their own land and their own people. Ukrainian attack on Kerch Bridge was a terrorist attack. We should stop funding Ukraine because it's prolonging the war and we should instead be pushing for negotiations. It's good to change your mind if you get called out, if you acknowledge you were wrong. The problem with Hassan is that he never acknowledges he was wrong. He just softens his position, which is why now you have him, for example, doing a little speech about how he believes Ukraine has the right to defend itself, but at the same time you have his chat completely clowning on Ukraine. Right? You have his chat mocking Ukrainians who have chosen to watch his content to point out what is wrong with it. His chat can't evolve along with his opinions because they have already accepted his first takes on the situation, and they will never have to accept the fact that they were wrong in this because Hassan will never accept the fact that he was wrong in this. He will just switch to a bit of a softer position and that's it. He will never deny the things he was wrong about. Asking about his laser focusing on Azov, an imaginary fascist, while Kharkiv was getting surrounded and bombed daily. Yeah. Anna just pointed out that he was bitching about Ukraine bombing the Kerch Bridge on the same day Zaporizhia got attacked and 50 people were killed in their sleep. Which, by the way, I'm not entirely sure about the dates here. But that reminds me of Twitter people being really, really into Zaluzhny's blurry bracelet in October last year. October 2022. Was it 8th of October? 6th of October? Something in the start of October. Zaporizhia gets attacked. Dozens of people killed in their sleep. Civilians just sleeping in their civilian buildings that Russia has decided to attack in the middle of the night. And what does Twitter talk about? They talk about some blurry photograph of Zaluzhny in which his bracelet can't be seen clearly, so it kind of looks like there's a swastika on it, which got debunked immediately, but still they kept on talking about this because why not? So they kept on talking about this. Everyone completely forgot about the fact that, an attack on civilians just fucking happened and they were killed in their sleep. No one cared about that. We cared about a fucking blurry bracelet. So yeah, same thing that Hassan is doing. He's eating shit overall. He never accepts the fact that he is wrong. He will do these little pretend speeches in which he voices support for Ukraine. But overall, whenever he's making comments about this, he is absolutely spreading around Russian propaganda. It's like, have you guys watched that debate? I know I always go back to that debate. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. That debate where there's Dylan and there's Anastasia. There's Brianna. And they go against the anarchist dude with a hobbit hole in his background. I don't know his stupid ass name. But the Hobbit dude, at one point in the debate, he has a whole rant about how he is personally offended by the fact people call him pro-Russian. He is personally offended. Everyone always calls me pro-Russian because they want to discredit my opinions. I am not even pro-Russian. I don't even support Russia. And then he keeps on spreading Russian propaganda throughout the entire debate. That's what Hassan is, basically. That's what Hassan is. Like, he will defend his honor by doing these pretend little rants about Ukraine's right to defend itself. And then whenever he actually has the freedom to talk about this topic, he will be spreading around Russian propaganda. That's what he does. You can see the effects in the fact that his chat is just filled with imbeciles. It was Brianna. It's one of my searches for Dylan Burns is literally Dylan Burns debate. because I'll look for it every once in a while. I am thinking of... Oh yeah, it's Fabian. Oh, it's Fabian. I hate Fabian so much. I hate that man so much. I don't think I have ever despised someone as much as I despise that man. Like, I'm usually quite hateful against, you know, Western political position holders. But when it comes to Fabian, he's just a piece of shit. Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. Gonna give you a link. Hey, non-smoker, true. 2 or 3 funny dudes in that panel. 2 or 3 funny dudes, and then this imbecile right here in the middle. This cringe, this idiot, this man, I don't know who this is. This is the dumbest man you will ever see online. This man, literally at the start of this, they have an introduction thing. He goes, I don't really know too much about this. I have never read anything about it. He never read shit about what's happening. He never actually looked at proper sources from this. He has no fucking idea what's going on. So he just goes in and he gives his stupid ass opinions. And that's it. At one point in this debate, Anastasia says that Putin argued Ukraine should not exist. Ukrainian nation should not exist. And these 3 idiots go, what? Do you have evidence of this? Because none of them ever watched a Putin speech. They talk about Russian invasion on Ukraine, and they have never actually researched anything about Russia. They have no idea what they're talking about. I hate them. I genuinely hate all of these fuckers. But yeah, here's a link in case you wanna cry. He argued about legitimate reasons to cut water from Gaza. Ooh, I don't trust Fabian. When you say Fabian argued for legitimate reasons or anything, in my brain it's immediately like I'm not sure there exists a legitimate reason in the first place. I would love to see it though. It was total bullshit. Great.
Yeah, that's why you have to have China at the table.
Good question.
Ultimately,
Xi went to Russia. We were hoping for that. I was hoping for that. Xi went to Russia. He spoke with Putin. Zelensky said, "Hey, call me." We were all hoping. Listen, I don't care who can come up with an answer to this, and we were hoping, and they actually ended up with these quite weak principles. So,
well, there was a 15-point plan negotiated in Turkey in the earlier version of the invasion that seemingly was a little bit more prosperous. Zelensky himself even conceded to pushing Crimea later down, to like a 15-year program for Crimea, where he would like have another democratic vote on how to best continue on with those negotiations. That all fell apart when Boris Johnson visited Ukraine, and I don't think that England has any sort of agency in this conversation beyond operating as a mouthpiece for the American State Department.
Of course.
So, what do you guys think of his retelling of the early negotiation and events?
But also, by the way, the fact that he was allowed to speak to a politician, that kind of makes me angry. I don't know how to feel about the fact he is speaking to real politicians. And I know he had the appearance on one of those TV shows in USA. I don't know if he shows the clips of that. I guess not. He had an appearance on a TV show in USA, one of those like news bullshits. And that already was a bit weird, because like, why are you inviting Hassan fucking Piker to give us opinions live? Why do you want that man to have a bigger platform? He's an imbecile on this. But the fact he's like speaking to actual politicians, I don't know. It's like, come on. Hassan shirt. I feel the only shirt Hassan should ever be allowed to wear is the one that says "I am full of shit," and that's it. Where does he get the info? Try to guess. Try to guess. You got 3 guesses. Try to guess on the source. There's the idea that negotiations were very, very successful. The idea was given from Russians, mostly. When it comes to most other analysis of this I have seen, it's mostly journalists with anonymous sources. That's personally what I've seen. It's mostly journalists with very anonymous sources. There is... How was it? Was there an idea that like another voting should be happening, but it wasn't... I don't know why he got the whole like 15-year thing happening. I know there were conversations about, you know, something like, you know how Minsk deals were? It's basically the same shit like that, which I guess is where he's getting the idea of like Ukraine not fighting for Crimea to be given back, but instead enabling elections to happen in some years' time. I guess that's... I don't know where he got the 15 years from. But even that, like, it was very, very obvious why Ukraine stepped out of these negotiations, especially after Bucha was fucking discovered. It was very obvious why they stepped out. They were already pushed into these negotiations on some bullshit pretense of keeping a good relationship with Russia. There's no good relationship to make with a genocidal empire. If Ukraine was allowed to properly liberate their lands back in 2014, we would not be in this situation. They were doing quite good for a while, pushing the Russian invaders out. And then what happened? We went in and we were like, hey, Ukraine, why don't you negotiate? Why don't we reach some peace with Putin? How did the Frenchies say it? Why don't we give him an off-ramp, maybe? Why don't we give him a chance to not embarrass himself fully with losing? So we push them into Minsk. We promise to keep the Minsk. The Minsk falls apart because Russia invades. We push Ukraine into Minsk too. Minsk too falls apart because Russia again attacks. Zelensky gets pushed into Steinmeier. Steinmeier falls apart because Russia again fucking fails in it. And then another round of negotiations starts again. And Ukraine discovers fucking Bucha. After Russia has failed Budapest Memorandum, Minsk 1, Minsk 2, Steinmeier. And what, we're pretending that somehow it was weird that Ukraine abandoned these negotiations to, you know, give them a chance, number 5. Holy shit, maybe they actually do something proper. It's just stupid goddamn thing to believe in. Send the 5 helmets? Yeah, there's a part of me that believes Trump is actually... There's a word I want to use. I don't know what the word is. For like people easily manipulated. I believe there would be a chance to go to Trump and to present this as like, hey, you could be a very strong big player on the world scene if you demolish Russia right now. You could be, man, people are gonna be singing songs about you as a savior, you know, years down the line, stuff like that. I feel you could present him as a future great leader of a free world, and I feel he would actually be possible to fall for it. I feel he's like cartoonish enough of a character to do that. I don't think he's going to remove USA from NATO. I think it's easy for him to be threatening that. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he threatens it because he is not in a position of power to do it. When he was in a position of power, he didn't do it. He likely wouldn't do it if he gets into position of power again.
There's 2 main points. The first one is 2 of those 15 points. I don't remember if it was 15, maybe it was closer to 10. But in any case, 2 of those were Ukraine is never in NATO, and we should demilitarize ourselves. Basically, have 50. No, we had 50,000 troops and no heavy weaponry, if I remember correctly.
Recognize Donbass, Crimea, all the annexed territories.
Regarding the territories, I don't know, but it was like just those 2 points. It just basically don't have any protection for us. Like obviously, your next step, we know what's going to happen. So that was the thing. And I remember that some of the points were agreed to, but not the main ones, which were like military and stuff. And that's what Putin and Zelensky were supposedly needed to discuss in Turkey. But Boris Johnson has nothing to do with it. I think the timeline is completely wrong.
Yes.
Johnson was after this agreement.
No, he was. The agreement started already. I researched that shit. It was in several parts, the agreement. And first of all, they couldn't agree on anything, so they said that there's no point. The next agreement was Zelensky was kind of willing to not postpone the Crimea question and maybe consider not being part of NATO. Maybe. Although all sides were saying that those negotiations are not going anywhere because Russians in particular were bombing cities at the time. They also made
Bucha happened, right?
Bucha happened a week after Boris. Yeah. So Bucha is before Boris came, a week before he came.
But it happened before the agreements got cancelled completely.
No, after. That's exactly the timeline I'm trying to establish, basically. So plenty of other people.
Bucha happened before.
Boris, yeah.
Yes, a week before Boris came. So basically, what happened is this: that we were talking about this whole subject back and forth, negotiations. He presented as if we wanted it. We were just desperate. That's what we were trying to fix this situation. But many people,
Hollywood movie.
Estonian Prime Minister said that this is unreasonable before Boris came here. They said that Putin cannot be negotiated with. They said the same thing that Boris said. The same thing all of us already knew.
I remember reading that Boris quote was very mild. He wasn't saying like you can agree on everything you want.
He quotes the Ukrainian Pravda article, which is our journal. Basically, they kind of rephrase what he said, and they said that he said you can negotiate with him. He's a war criminal. He didn't say this publicly, supposedly. He only said it backstage, basically. So that's what he's building upon this whole.
It's funny how Ukraine is so adamant returning all of the territories, but Boris Johnson just swoops in and changes.
The power man. Also the funny fact is, again, disregards Ukrainian agency completely, doesn't care about anything, and also doesn't mention Bucha, which was one of the main reasons, actually, because we liberated Bucha the week before Boris Johnson came here, and Naftali Bennett, I think is the name of the Israeli guy who came here. He came here and he said there's a 50-50 chance of negotiation, but then he publicly said that after Bucha it's not possible. And that article Hassan quotes, first reason they say is Bucha. Second one, they say potentially the influence of the war.
I do think I should also say for the record that the article he's talking about is a Pravda piece. It's an undisclosed private, we don't know who exactly source it is, an anonymous source, and I believe it was a second-hand source, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but he's so thirsty to...
Oi, USA leaving NATO could have good effects. Europe finally gets their shit together. That is, I actually support USA kind of leaving NATO because of that, but also USA is not going to leave NATO. USA is not stupid enough to leave NATO. USA would be dumb as shit to leave NATO. Europe having to get their shit together and form a European army is kind of... It's a risk. It's a high risk, high reward type of a situation. We could be forced to get our shit together, and we could be forced to form a European army and thus defend our sovereignty, right? Or we could give in to AfD. we could give in to pro-Putin parties. We could see Europe overall turning more towards Russia, or we could see Europe just doing the cowardly thing that it's doing right now and attempting democracy and never really doing anything, right? It's a high risk, high reward situation. Do we trust Europe to end up on a good path? I don't really know if we do. I believe right now we get so much benefits from having a strong relationship and a strong trade with USA, plus getting security assurances that come from being in a alliance with USA, that it's beneficial for us to stay on the right side. I don't know if I trust Europeans enough to keep this path if USA abandons us. That's the first issue, but also USA is not going to leave. USA directly benefits from being in NATO. When Trump is saying he wants to leave NATO, Trump is speaking to the idiot part of his voters. Trump is choosing to speak to the few percent of idiots who are trying to find an extremist to vote for, and he is the only one willing to say this stupid shit. I'm pretty sure Trump's advisors are not nearly as stupid as he is. They know USA is benefiting from NATO directly. The the peace and stability that NATO has created in states which are a part of it enables the economies to grow stronger, enabling stronger trade, enabling Europe and European Union specifically to be a big chunk of USA's imports and exports. Like, we are all coexisting in quite a good situation right now. If we did not have this peace and stability, this would absolutely be negatively affecting all of us, including fucking USA. I don't know if you guys looked into the economic impacts of wars, because like I had a fight with a dude recently over this, so I went and researched it. But for example, the breakup of Yugoslavia, as much as it did have a negative effect on economies of Yugoslav states while it was happening, it had a negative effect on basically every single state which ever worked with Yugoslavia. A war in one part of this environment is going to negatively affect everyone. It's not like a war, like it's not like one of us can just, get invaded and the rest are going to be GG and the rest are going to be, continuing to go on. This is going to be suffering for everyone. Having very strong security assurances benefits all of us equally. So USA is going to remain because USA is also going to be impacted if we do see a war in Europe, and also because, all of us want USA to stay because USA is what is giving us these security assurances. I don't really believe there's going to be big good changes in this situation currently regarding European Union and Europe overall getting their shit together, because I think we all benefit from the current state of NATO a bit too much.
Jump on it to accuse the West. He even calls like England the mouthpiece for United States. He's so thirsty. Yeah, but people like Boris primarily because in Ukraine he was one of the most popular people
thirsty
at the time, because his statements were quite condemning basically of Russia. He was not doing he was not doing the Germany thing, the France thing, all fraternal nations, brotherly nations. He was not doing any of that. He was very straightforward. Putin is a war criminal. He done this. Ukraine needs our support, and of course people love that. So obviously, right? Because that's what we care about.
Well, it's this. Sometimes people misjudged. For example, Russian shills like to say Zelensky is an authoritarian leader, but no, he's a populist. He just our leaders don't rule Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people rule our leaders because Zelensky was pretty cocked as a candidate. I hated him as a candidate. He was pretty cocked.
Me too, yeah.
His platform was,
Thompson
maybe...
is the biggest Zelensky scene, be careful. Be careful.
Z.
Yeah. He's like Z, but big Zelensky.
But Zelensky platform was like, maybe we should stop shooting, maybe we should not respond. But don't retaliate.
But that was what, that was the approach at the time, that we thought that it would look at the whole West. They thought that you could agree with Putin, and now Zelensky knows for a fact that you can't. And look how strong of a leader he is.
Guys,
awesome.
do you believe, as I believe, that Zelensky in the beginning of his term was too naive and he really thought that he might stop shooting and everything will stop?
I don't think he was too naive. I think we all were naive because we were almost 8 years in the war, or we were in war with Russia from 2014. We just kind of fucking forgot about it. I'm ashamed personally. Because
I didn't, but okay.
Yeah, because I lived as if that never happened, and
many people did.
And
Arthur?
this war happened. To a lot of people, it was a surprise,
The only thing
even though it shouldn't have been.
I really don't.
Arthur should be ambassador.
Definitely point out was bad. Maybe it was a mistake on his point. Maybe he was trying to fix some stuff. But remember when at the beginning when Americans were like, Russia is going to invade, and he was like, why are you so in panic?
I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was a calculated
move. I think that made us look very, very good.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? Because I want to ask you guys two questions. But the first one's on this. Even though it's good because a lot of Westerners don't see this. How many of you guys, and I don't know if you want to share this, did you guys, any of you...
Gonna show his chest.
Absolutely, all the way.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I did.
You did it?
I didn't vote. I am ashamed of it. I am ashamed of it, but yes,
Look at him.
unfortunately, I changed a lot for the last
You're welcome.
2 years.
You're welcome, guys.
Yeah. So let's get to the last thing. Now, this is a somewhat bigger one, but this is the whole reason we did this. So Hassan and his co-host on a podcast, Ethan Klein, also known as H3, started debating a whole host of topics, including Taiwan, and the topic of the invasion of Ukraine came up. And Ethan knew that Hassan, had possibly been criticized for this before, and he wanted to hear his opinions, and they started going back and forth. And he talked about the Boris Johnson thing, so this is something he does still believe. Repeat this here.
Yeah, he continues.
This is months after the Marianne Williamson interview, and he talks about a few other things, like how weapons are just contributing to the bloodshed. And later we have some more stuff to show. I don't want to.
I'm sorry, Dylan. Before you push the button,
Yeah?
please tell me you included the clip when he says you have to force Ukraine to negotiate.
I did not include that clip, but you can
Fuck,
talk about it when
that's a gem. That's my
it's
favorite
just,
bit.
There's so much, and I have to make the tough calls.
Special mention, okay?
Okay, you can mention it. If you want.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No. I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our interest in, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there. Whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence or it's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gave a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
Well, you guys know that, but you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgia War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Well, I mean, the scale
it was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5
They
days
expected Ukraine to
versus-
drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
That's true. That's true.
So,
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot. And we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm and only furthering
we
conflict.
inflicted so much.
Okay, so
Remember in the first video he was saying Russia would never invade because it's gonna get destroyed.
Yeah.
Now Russia is not even on a back foot. They're like doing well.
Because now he pushes the narrative that if supporting Ukraine now will only prolong the war.
Yeah.
So it will, he's on another train right now.
what do you think about?
What is the best way to invest 10,000 euros if you live in Europe? Okay, so you have some money sitting in your
Bitch,
bank
if I had 10,000 euros. No, they don't believe Ukrainians have wants. He doesn't believe Ukrainians have wants. Like if you look at the polls, you could be knowing the Ukrainian position on this, which is that Ukrainians of course want to liberate their territories. Ukrainians want a victory in this war, and Ukrainians do not want to give up anything to Russia in order to win, which is absolutely an understandable position to take, because you're talking about a nation which tried to negotiate with the invaders several times and were betrayed several times, right? So of course in the current situation Ukrainians are like, no, we're not going to do another type of negotiations, we just need to blow them up. We need to blow the fuck out of Russian asses, and that is how we finally get peace, because obviously the negotiations don't work. Obviously, a Russian word doesn't really matter in any sort of a way. It is absolutely a reasonable position to take. What Hassan is doing is for some reason imagining that Zelensky is pushing for this war to be continuing while Ukrainians don't want it, which, like, we're talking about Ukraine. That's, I think, what annoys me the most about the situation. We're talking about Ukraine. We're talking about a country that overthrew its president when it disagreed with the president's policies, right? It fucking overthrew it. We're talking about a country which currently has civilians which are goddamn well versed in fighting for themselves civilians who have taught each other how to make Molotov cocktails to fight against the invaders. If Ukrainians as a nation disagreed with Zelensky and Zelensky's policies, Ukrainians would burn his fucking life down. These are Ukrainians you're talking about. These are not fucking Russians. The idea that Zelensky is pushing for this and Ukrainians are just, sadly following along because they have no other choice. It's laughable. It is fucking laughable.
That, because that's something that he's against. He said this before, and they talk about this during this, but he's against aid because he believes it prolongs the suffering of the Ukrainian people. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, also the manufactured consent bit, I think, is one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that as well, but let's start with that one.
Absolutely stupid, silly thought. People here are so anti-Russia, so they're anti-war in a sense that they want it to stop, but only on our terms of getting what is ours. And if we're not going to have weapons, there's just going to be way more Ukrainians that are going to die in pursuit of that. Yeah. And there's nothing the West can change about that. There is nothing.
Sure. If we surrender, let's say American forces Zelensky to surrender our territory, okay, the hot war will turn into, first of all, a concentration camp. Ukraine is going to be just a concentration camp for Ukrainians.
Like an open air prison, you mean?
Like an open air prison. And second, the war will not be over. It's gonna be just guerrilla warfare. It's gonna be car bombs. It's gonna be assassinations. It's gonna be
something similar to like the Irish Troubles, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that ironically, if Zelensky's gonna do that, he's doomed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everyone's with
Yes.
Actually, let me ask that question quick before we turn over to you. If Zelensky was tomorrow to say, for peace, we're giving the Russians Mariupol, we're going to give them Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye.
We won't let them. That's the thing.
We and
Ukrainians
the
won't let them do
soldiers,
this.
I talk with them a lot. They will never go.
They are we together. We all Ukrainians.
We are all people.
I think Ukraine did a fantastic job in their informational campaign for the war, in drumming up support for Ukraine, but also kind of explaining to Ukrainians what this whole thing means, and that Russia will never stop, and we have to stop them here and now. That we're kind of like the whole population is so. I feel like they didn't want to repeat the mistake of 2014, because they know if it's not gonna finish right now, it's gonna happen again. I think just population will just never agree to that.
Yeah, because we have this experience since 2014. We know how it is to negotiate with Russia. It's useless. It's fucking useless. And those negotiations in the beginning, the first days of war, it was just a fucking ultimatum from Russia's side. They never stepped back on a single point, that this is fucking useless. And giving something up to Russia, it's not an option. And we all Ukrainians understand that.
And also, I would like to point out that I hear that a lot, not only from Hassan, but in general, that many people who are peaceniks, so to speak, who are pro-peace, they say that violence needs to stop. And they do this gross appeal to Ukrainian lives. I worry about Ukrainian lives. And I would like to point out that stopping the war right now does not stop the violence. Our area, Kherson part of Zaporizhia, Donbass, all of those areas are still occupied. People are still suffering there from imprisonment, from torture, from rape, from all sorts of abuse. And leaving them, people in occupied areas, is leaving them to suffer. And it's not going to stop the violence anyhow. Even if we, it's just.
Would any of you say that living under occupation is a type of peace or?
No. I prefer being bombed.
Yes.
And I live in a city that is bombed.
But that's a hypothetical that is very stretchy because, even let's say people are living under occupation, there won't be peace because Russia broke every peace deal they made.
Yes.
Because it started. Remember Ilovaisk? We negotiated the Green Corridor, so our troops were pull out. They shelled the shit out of them.
Most Westerners have no clue what happened.
Yes.
I feel like you can ask any Ukrainian, so I'll just ask Ukrainians over here. Would you rather live in Ukraine that is currently under war, or would you rather live in peaceful Russia?
I feel like Russia is a prison camp.
Yeah.
Exactly. I feel like you ask any Ukrainian.
Not even a question.
I do want to talk about the second thing you mentioned, and that was manufacturing manufacturing consent. This has to do with
Wide version of the guy next to him. He actually.
American socialist author. He's a linguist.
I have just noticed how white he is. He's like very white.
Doesn't say
But
Wood
this is
chopping
essentially
type.
the argument he's been making, which is that the reason why America supports Ukraine isn't because of our love for their struggle for freedom, but because we have self-serving interests. Maybe
Dobson, no. He looks.
Ukraine, or we want, to expand NATO. We want to.
We would say in full strength. He's just strong. He's not obese.
I will say, I heard you say, I think.
He's not obese, you cruel little people. He's not obese.
That's why.
Man is strong. He's just strong. Have you never seen a strong little man? He's just strong. He's looking strong because he's strong.
I don't care what motivation is of our allies.
You
They
skinny
help
little
us
fuckage.
with liberating ourselves, with preserving our nation, saving ourselves.
All
from
of him is not in the
annihilation
sky.
as a nation, right? I don't care.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You see him walking around sometimes on his stream.
What is the motivation? And I feel like the motivation that Western countries have are completely justifiable, completely normal, and I would agree with them, and I would want the same for
Yeah,
my
strong.
country.
In principle,
He's strong.
I don't care. If someone the country I don't like gave us aid, I will accept
No,
that.
even the countries that I do like.
Yeah,
I'm just
but-
saying that if their idea is to not let Russia expand further,
That's good
to
for us,
secure the territory so that they would be secure in every scenario, we also win.
Yes.
So I don't.
Not only us, as well, Georgia, Moldova, other countries who are.
True.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's a very simple argument. We already saw that from 2014. Russia doesn't stop unless it's stopped. If nobody's gonna stop them, if U.S. is not gonna give weapons, U.S. is far away, so you may feel secure unless you look at the other side of the map and then you see that Russia and U.S. are very close to each other. But if Russia is going to capture more and more countries, it's going to grow, their imperialist influence is going to grow, and you never know what might happen next. Maybe they will...
Yeah, they talk about Russia, Hassan talks about it a lot, like multipolar world order.
220 pounds.
Russia, America, and China...
What's that, 100 kilograms?
If we understand, all of us here understand, there are bigger players, right?
Is it 100 kilograms? 110.
I prefer the Western influence and the Western way of doing imperialism or whatever he thinks they do, right? Or they do in reality. Because when American imperialist, he says, I debated with people, and they're like, they will install their McDonald's or some shit. It's already here, by the way, but that's their idea of imperialism. When Russian imperialism is my father being in bits on the balcony. Also quite important to point out that people bring up things like Vietnam, things like that happened half a century ago.
Where two parts of Vietnam fought each other.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that what Russia did is recent. Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, and not to mention the fact that he doesn't respect, he already said it, doesn't respect sovereignty and borders, so he doesn't care. But there is a big difference between...
So you're saying Hassan would be okay if America took part of Vietnam?
Probably not. So basically he doesn't make a significant
100 kilograms or a 183 centimeter man?
One of the reasons why people are so interested in Ukraine, genuinely, right, is because wars like that are rare. Especially in Europe, when there's ground invasion, when there is occupation, when there is annexation of the territory, when you grab the
Yeah, it
territory
does
and
seem
you
ridiculous.
You place a flag
It
there.
does seem a bit
This
ridiculous.
is rare in 21st century, at least in Europe, pretty much anywhere, to be honest, right? And this is, I don't understand how, again, proclaimed anti-imperialists cannot see the huge difference between those things. Not to say that American invasions were all based and amazing, obviously not. But it's a big difference.
Go to manufacturing consent, yeah.
Depends on how muscular you are. Yeah, but 100 kilograms, because I'm thinking I'm 169 kilograms, right? The heaviest I've been was, I think, 72. And that was never, 169 centimeters. I'm 169 centimeters. I was 72 kilograms. Yeah, possibly I switched them up. But I was never strong. I was never big, right? I would imagine a man of my size and weight would be, because they have a lot more muscle mass, don't they? Like my boyfriend is around my height and my weight, but he is far, I don't know what to say, like physically smaller. He's not like physically smaller, but you know, I am taking up more room. I am absolutely having way less muscle mass, so more of my weight is in fat as opposed to his weight being in muscles. So I don't know if you were to add like, I feel it wouldn't be weird that a 183 centimeter man has 100 kilograms. I don't know if I know anyone who's 183. I'm just like trying to add some weight, height imaginary, and it doesn't seem like too extreme. Wouldn't call it obese. Maybe I define obese as more extremely than I'm supposed to be defining obese. That too. I know there was like calculations. Oh shit! It was popular to do these calculations when I was in high school. Fuck, I don't remember how it was. For who do you was it like for women you take your height in centimeters, you remove the 100, and then what you are left with, that was like apparently around your supposed weight, something like that. And then for a man it was do you add something? I don't even remember, to be completely honest. I don't even remember how it went. But I know for men it's the numbers are a bit higher than for women. Serbia president, Croatia president. Oh yeah, that too. Fair. I don't know how tall Serbian president is. Vucic. Visina. Okay, let's see. Vucic has 199 centimeters. Now in kilograms. Vucic. Vucic says he's 118 kilogram. Okay, so Vucic claims he's 118 kilograms, 198 centimeters. (118 kilograms, 198 centimeters). Now he is a big man, but I feel he's at healthy weight for his. Like, you know, I wouldn't call him obese. Would you call him obese? I wouldn't call him obese. I don't think the man is obese. Now it feels like though you remove like 10 centimeters, you remove 10 kilograms, and you basically reach something that is supposed to be obese, but I don't know if it would. I wish there was a way to like to input a specific height and weight, and then AI gives you a man with those exact measurements, so you know exactly what it looks like. But I don't know if I would agree that 100 kilograms at 183 is necessarily obese. To be fair, I don't know if I know what obese means. I think that's what's on my mind right now. I don't know if I know what obese means. I think I genuinely think I'm defining it as more of a dramatic term
Let's say, hypothetically,
than
you got
what
some
maybe some of you are defining it as. I was 175 and 60 kilograms. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, that sounds really, really lightish. limit to McChungster. I mean, just by the virtue of being more than 119 90 centimeters, I feel you already are McChungster, aren't you? Like, you're already a big person. You're already biggie. I was 87, now 82. Oh, do you see the difference? I have a relative acquaintance, something. She lost like 12 kilograms recently. 12 kilograms recently. And basically you don't even see it. I don't know what she lost. It's an interesting thing where, like, for some people they lose a few kilograms and you can immediately see it, or they gain a few and you can immediately see it. It reminds me of me, like, getting when I got my 4 kilograms extra in weight, I immediately, like, grew my tits. Immediately, right? But, like, for some people they have these fluctuations and you can barely see them. That's kind of interesting. 164 centimeters and 55 kilograms. Oh, you're tiny. Oh, that is tiny. That is tiny. That is tiny. I hope the world is taking good care of you. That was not about territory, it's about the sex market. Sex tunnels and pile-ups. Sometimes you look at the stuff you see online and you're like, I wonder sometimes if people in previous times were happier because they did not know how stupid everyone else was, right? Like, you know, imagine your life 40 years ago. You're like watching, you know, some old ass shit TV, black and white news on what's happening in the world, and you're like, wow, this situation is horrific. I hope this bloodshed stops. And then that's that. Like, you never get to see these dumbass conspiracy theories. You never get to see this bullshit. No one's there to make this bullshit and to post it online for everyone to see. Do you imagine how much trust in humanity people had at the time?
Georgia was like rolled over in 5 days. It breaks my heart that Moldova was partly occupied by Russians in Transnistria, that Chechnya was like leveled and all of that, and the world couldn't help them. But like, I thank God every day that this manufactured consent like benefits us.
Yeah, also,
we are like, first of all, rich. Second of all, our geopolitical
big.
we're big, and we're like border Poland separate Europe from Russia.
I will also not remove our amazing generals who did stop Russians, our politicians who did scream to the
people
whole world
as well,
that is happening. I think
both Poroshenko and Zelensky.
There's a lot of
journalist work as well.
Thank you guys. There's a lot of moving parts.
Ethan is based, by the way, because he's like, the Georgia was taken like in 3 days. That's why
Arestovich.
Yeah,
we need to watch. I haven't posted it. But we need to watch the analysis of the Times article on Extreme.
Let's go a little bit further.
The Arestovich one.
And then I want to ask a few questions at the end, so I want to leave time for questions.
Yep.
And I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like,
that's what you said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a leading role in this.
If you
and the reason why the reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like, I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay, my assessment on the situation might deviate from NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you don't think so.
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that, like, not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online.
Well, let's
who wanna
get to,
fucking
well,
cut
this is good,
propaganda.
so you can say
Suck
exactly
my
what you mean.
dick. You know?
So you do believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed, which is demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle of...
Okay, because the reason I ask is because there seems to be a somewhat of a sentiment in the leftist circles or social. I don't know how to even describe it.
Arstovici, I saw his
proxy war. People say Ukraine is
time
unjustified.
interview.
No, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole.
Also, the recent interview he did too, but the Time article and him being the anonymous source.
Participate in the conflict. If Poland was sponsoring us and we were fighting with Belarus, who was sponsored by Russia, that would be a proxy war. Russia partakes in this war.
Syrian civil war is a proxy war.
Well, he is again moving.
Vietnam and Afghanistan were proxy wars. Korea was a proxy war.
Anyone who's saying that it's a proxy war doesn't recognize us as a nation, right?
And Russia, by the way, as well. Apparently, who is their proxy?
Oh, China.
Multipolar world for Hassan. Any war is proxy war.
I know one guy using the word multipolar world every time he speaks. Do you know that guy?
Well,
it's Putin.
Yeah, he does talk about that. Yeah, that's true.
I do want to ask because he says he brought up that idea of it prolonging. Is there anything else you guys wanted to say on that?
He hides, by the way, he hides his power level when he talks with Ethan quite a lot. You can see the difference when he talks on his own stream and when he talks with him. He even lets a round.
He gets pushback.
Yeah, a round of applause for Hassan right there. He actually, first time in his life said what Ukrainians seem to want. Seem, he added, seem there.
Ukrainian people.
Yeah, but he did mention the want of Ukrainian people for once. Thank you, Hassan. Good job.
I'm not clapping.
What would you say to? He talked about, for example, he brought this up. That he's raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees.
I think that's good, but it's not a shield for you to
Yes,
hide
exactly.
behind every time that you're being pushed on life.
Do you think that's how he was using it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. He was using it to counter.
No. You mean like did he?
Was that how it was? Is that how he when he brought it up?
Yes.
Was he using it to defend criticism?
Yeah, no, I think his help to the refugees, I think, was genuine. At least I don't have any reasons to, doubt it. But he brought it up here to counter that Ethan brought up that many people accuse him of being like anti-Ukraine, basically. So he said, no,
I don't know if he did it as a shield, like the donations. So in the future he could use it. I can't speak into his mind. In this conversation he used it.
And not to mention refugees specifically. He always says like refugees helping people. You know what the best way to help Ukrainian refugees and Ukrainian people?
Military.
Stop military aid. Stop our country from fucking falling apart because Russia tries to do it. That's the help you need to get.
The thing is, if U.S. and the world will stop sending us military aid, we won't stop fighting. It doesn't mean that we will be negotiating.
He's implying America should only help like refugees, humanitarian aid, never lethal aid, because weapons prolong.
Because people like him say that lethal aid prolongs the conflict, it brings violence.
No, it makes it shorter. More weapons.
The shorter the war for us, the better.
If we had all the weapons we have right now before Russia attacked, do you think it would even happen?
Yeah, that would be better.
Oh.
Is it everything you hoped for?
Tell you, I'm trying to end the video.
Faster, so the war ends and, just that faster.
and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Why did you fight Latvia?
No, I can't speak for other.
What did Latvia do?
I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. You had
Okay,
like.
so you're down with what's happening. Down. You're down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end.
Fish
and
war.
the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should take some secessions to Russia?
I think the original.
I heard someone say the real actors here. Was that something that?
Yes, that's the talk of imperialist multipolar
Can
person.
somebody explain why they don't like that terminology?
Because he makes a claim that we should bring China, we should bring Russia and America to the table. Real players. Ukraine.
Who really decide?
Yeah, Ukraine by that logic is not a real player. What are we even? I don't even know.
I looked for fish wars and finding Native Americans.
When Russia's gonna lose.
Probably, who knows, yeah.
6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords.
100,000 plus 25,000 from Hassan. He did a fundraiser for Palestinian aid, reaching 750,000 with at least 50,000 from Hassan. Nice. I think charity work may be one of the
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches.
best things the man is doing. It sucks that he is using it to defend against
pretty much ground to a halt at this point.
him talking shit.
Like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
But I guess I think Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because they.
That's understandable. I mean,
they
I get
feel
it.
like you're.
They want full-throated support. They want and expect full-throated support, right?
They understandably want that, and they want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections and NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invasion.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian...
Sir, we had prior agreements before Minsk agreement.
That's false equivalence.
I did want to bring up
213,000? Nice.
as an
Nice.
alternative to continuing sending military aid to try to push the Russians out of the country with force.
With the real players.
A Minsk 3. So, like you guys already know, Minsk 1 and 2 was an attempted negotiation between the Russians and the Ukrainians to try to find some peaceful solution for the Russian invasion after 2014. Both failed.
It was
he is
unanimous
saying-
from Russia.
He is saying now it should be there should be a third
Oh, no.
version of that, a third attempt at that. What do you guys think of that?
Well, you failed 2 times. Let's fail
I
a
like
third
how
time.
he's referring to agreements where it obviously benefited Russia more
Yeah, it was coercion.
as the agreements that we should stick to, rather than the agreements that we had decades before that was fair on all accounts.
I'm not sure that he knows that.
Proper argument, proper
Prime
argument.
Minister of France, who, by the way, wrote an amazing memoir of negotiations in Minsk. You have to read that. He described the behavior of Putin and Poroshenko, how they fought all night, how Putin refused to acknowledge the truth that Russian troops are in Ukraine, and that's the biggest part of that we were forced to finally sign that agreement, which doesn't recognize Russian forces in Ukraine, but agreement was signed by Russia for some reason. And then they were like, we're not in Ukraine, so we can't do anything. You have to talk to the...
Third parties, DPR, LPR, people.
Yeah, actual republics, who didn't have any agency, and he said that both parties, Ukraine and Russia, broke the Minsk Accords. Okay, when you are shot with shrapnel, with artillery, with grads, rockets, and all of that on the military position, you have to retaliate, shoot back from the position you just found out the shots were shot from. Otherwise...
Counter battery fire.
Yeah.
Counter battery fire.
Is like, it should be done because...
What you're saying is basically Russia broke agreements as well.
Russia broke agreements, we retaliated, and he's like, oh, both are equally bad. Okay.
Yes, both
As
sides
for
in
the
here.
both sides thing, I do have one more.
Wait, just about the thing that Ivan said. This is like this. When this main thing about the Minsk thing that didn't work out was the fact that one of the main points was, just as you said, to remove foreign formations, foreign armies from our territory. And Russia did not only they didn't do it, obviously, they at the time said that there are no Russians there. Just as they did, Russia said lied Hassan moment. Weasley little liar, dude. He was a Weasley little liar, Putin, because he said, but there was nobody in Crimea Russian. They were, we know that now. There was no people in Donbass. By the way, Utkin was in Donbass. Girkin was in Donbass, Russian military personnel.
He was even saying, he was recalling how they were forcing people to vote during referendum in Crimea under the barrel of the gun, which he was holding.
How do you automate your whole sales process in less than a minute? Zapier.
I'ma automate my death.
Putin himself afterwards, of course, said that there
Thank
were
you.
indeed Russian troops there. But but Hassan plays it up as this: we are equal in this regard. Why? Yeah, it's just it's both-sided and make it seem like both sides. He even says this. I think both sides are shelling each other.
So this is the last clip. This is from the same podcast we were just watching. This is him talking specifically around Minsk.
By the way, I keep on thinking how cool this fucking hoodie is. Do you know where this is from? Do we know where this is from? Can I just like take a basic ass black hoodie and just get this like printed on? Because it looks cool and it's like, it's minimalist. I'm not really into like too colorful clothing and stuff, but this is very minimalist, but again, it's like very, very strong. I wonder where he got it.
And the war in the Donbass.
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling. No, back and forth shelling that has been happening since 2004.
Okay.
With 13 or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so
in totality.
What's he talking about?
That is. So at the time, there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreement. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy, okay? And Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia...
No, wait, that's bullshit. LPR and DPR don't exist. His talk can match it. LPR and DPR are not. They don't exist. The republics do not exist. The republics was only solely made up by Russia. I guess he's trying to say that the areas of Donetsk and Luhansk were supposed to stay under Ukraine, but were supposed to have special status, which is why the elections were supposed to be happening. The elections which could never be done because there was no demilitarization done in the first place. But like LPR and DPR, as far as I understand, they aren't real. The republics aren't real. The republics are made up by Russians who have invaded the area. The republics are not a thing.
Would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukrainian politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had. That was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like, there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and
Wait, no. The idea that people are informed about how we got to where we are is impossible. I'm not agreeing with that at all. Of course you can get informed as to how a certain conflict came to be. What are you talking about? You absolutely can understand what context led to what? Military movements are never open information? Wait, what are you even referring to? Are you claiming that we cannot know what happened prior to the Russian invasion in 2014? What specifically are you talking about? Because I'm not sure this is making quite a lot of sense, to be completely honest. I'm not sure I'm understanding your point.
At the end of the day, though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony and national security interests.
I don't understand. If people want to be part of Russia, they can go to Russia. We don't want to be like part of Poland or part of Germany. We want to be Ukraine, and we want.
Specifying the only measure for whether or not a conflict went correctly is whether or not civilians died. No, I definitely disagree with that. I absolutely am disagreeing with that. Would your idea not say that the Allies in World War II were not the good guys because in bombing of Nazi Germany some civilians were killed? Is that what you would say? Who were the good guys in World War II? No, who were the good guys in World War II? You can't just say like from now on, because from now on makes it so I can't criticize your idea in any sort of a way. That makes no fucking sense. If you have an idea on how to evaluate whether a good side in conflict is actually a good side, of course you need to look at the historical instances of conflicts happening to figure out whether the good side in the conflict fit your definition of what a good side is. You can't just be like, oh yeah, from now on this is going to be true, but like previously maybe it wasn't. That makes no sense, because then in the future it also doesn't have to be true if previously it wasn't true already. That's like, you're making kind of no sense with that statement. It's like you're trying to make a profound statement, but it's failing. Yeah, I am womansplaining because I think your point of view is very childish. It's like you're trying to cosplay someone who has some sort of like a deeper understanding of this topic, but it's failing because you're immediately attempting to remove any sort of criticism of your position by being like, oh yeah, the historical conflicts don't count, all the previous conflicts don't count, the only thing that counts are the conflicts that are going to happen in the future based on this metric that I just made up. Like, it's making no sense.
To live like our neighbors in the Europe, and
So the first thing I wanted to ask about was his shelling on both sides in reference to why the Minsk Accords failed. How would you guys react to that comment?
It's a Russian.
Russian narrative, pretty much. Yeah.
It is a Russian like book. You know,
Wiki is sexist?
It's like there are 8 years of bombing of Donbass children. You know.
A healthy amount of sexism is okay, my dudes.
In you certainly, I feel like it's very difficult, especially in that region during that time, to determine who did it first. We can only
we know who invaded first. That
right.
we know, which he doesn't mention.
We can only guess who.
I don't know if I would agree with parts of this, but I think I am quite healthily Russophobic when it comes to this too. But like, you genuinely have information about Putin. For example, when Minsk II was being talked about, you have information about Putin trying to prolong the negotiations so Minsk II would step into action later, so Russians would have a time to take over another area, Ukrainian-held area, before Minsk II is actually brought into action. He didn't manage to prolong it quite long enough, and the Russians, of course, kept attacking this area. So I'm not really... I feel the intent from the Russian side was obvious from the start, which was, the intent to break the agreements in the same way that when they signed the Budapest Memorandum, they couldn't give two shits about signing the Budapest Memorandum. In the same way when they signed Minsk deals, I'm absolutely certain they couldn't give less of a shit about their signatures, that they were just waiting for an opportunity to strike Ukraine again to get more ground, which is what they did after both Minsk agreements. They got ground that was held by Ukrainians at the time because they kept on attacking. So, yeah.
who broke them first, especially if Russia was saying that their troops weren't even there. So, like...
In this situation, you have to give perspective when you talk about. You have to mention the invader, who is the invader, who did the first, who attacked first, who broke the legitimate borders first, who annexed territory. You have to mention that our actions are retaliation, not to mention the fact that Minsk, as you said, was forced upon us by both like Russia and the West. It was a diplomatic...
No, I'm absolutely correct with this. People are correct to side with me. I'm correct. Like your original comment was quite dumb. I've literally pointed out to you that it's dumb. I don't know why you like it's a weird thing to go, oh, don't read the original comment. Like, we can read. I did read your original comment. I disagree with your original comment. I think you're making a vague post to attempt to act as if you have some sort of a smart observation about this, which you don't have. You're saying nothing with your original comment. Like, literally, no, that is not true. I read it. I don't read everything I read in chat out loud, my dude. I did read your original comment. I thought it was dumbass. I asked you a few questions about your original comments. You answered with more vague dumbassery. And then you said that, you know, in the future, this measure should be counted of like who kills civilians is the bad guy. Only said we should hold those who kill civilians accountable. No. Your original comment said, no one who kills civilians is the good guy. So that should be the only measure from now on. Which is making no fucking sense if you look at any conflict that ever happened in human history. It is making no fucking sense. Which is why I went to ask you about who were the good guys in World War II. Because that is an example that I don't know which country you were from, but people globally are familiar with what happened in World War II, correct? It is the easiest conflict to bring up when these types of conversations are started. I know you are familiar with the topic, which is why you are refusing to answer to me. You are familiar with the topic. You know that in World War II, the Allied bombing killed civilians too. You are aware of this. At the same time, you are aware that the Allies were the good guys. You are aware that the existence of Allies in World War II being good guys, despite the fact that they have caused a number of civilian deaths, completely breaks your idea of like whoever causes civilian deaths cannot be the good guy. No, you can't just bring up the future. You can't just bring up an idea on how we should be evaluating conflicts without making sure that your idea holds consistent if viewed through the lens of history. Just no sense.
How do you negotiate with people like that? You can only negotiate with people who uphold
Yeah, it's because it's not a solution. You can't come up with solutions. I don't think you're smart enough for that.
What did we mass shell?
He makes appeals, he talked about it in previous clips, I can mention. He basically, makes appeals to this 14,000 number, all Latniks do. It's
a 14,000, it's like every casualty.
Yeah, it's Russian forces, it's separatist forces, it's Ukrainian armed forces. They sometimes make a claim that 14,000 is civilians killed by Ukraine.
By the way, best claim I saw about this, Serbian part of the internet, they believe that 15,000 children have been killed by Ukrainians specifically. That is the claim on Serbian parts of the internet. They talk about 15,000 specifically children killed by specifically Ukrainian forces. So even worse than everything they're talking about, I don't even know if they're aware of how absolutely stupid Serbian propaganda is on this. Civilian, that's bad. So brave. No, it's a dumbass statement because like legit casualties in a war can happen by striking military targets. I think a good example of this would be, for example, Ukraine striking the Kerch Bridge, and then they had, was it like 2 civilians who were trying to cross over the bridge, and they died during the crossing, right? Despite the fact that Ukraine was hitting the bridge in the middle of the night where there was supposed to be no fucking people on it, right? Still, it so happens that some civilians were on the bridge and they got hit, right? Obviously, this is quite a different situation from Russia wanting to hit a civilian building and then hitting a fucking civilian building. I'm not really sure it's making full sense to just be like, oh yeah, well, if a side causes civilian deaths, they can't be the good side. It's making no sense. Which again is why the World War II is the easiest example to bring up in this situation. Allied bombing of Nazi Germany caused civilian deaths. Of course it did. Were they not the good guys because of this? Come on. Like, if in the future we are in a situation where we have to fight another version of Nazis, if we have to fight Russian invasion, and we have to create a coalition to fight against Russia, and we go there and we bomb the shit out of Moscow and kill some civilians in it, what? Are we going to pretend that we're not the good guys for fighting invaders? That is a laughable sort of a standard that you're holding the good side to. Что je žena? So, yeah, basically, yeah. Clown opinion, I think.
Yeah, they do that. And in Gravel video, pretty much things like that happen. And yeah, 3,000 civilians.
I also like to mention that
Not by Ukraine, by the way.
separatist forces are basically Ukrainians, a lot of them who are forced to fight against our own countrymen. And this is like a huge tragedy that is still happening today. Thousands and thousands of people just grabbed off the street and forced under the barrel of the gun to go.
And imagine that, like, if you were 10 years old when in 2014, when
they scrambled.
Let's say your father was conscripted. By now, you would be conscripted and sent to war to die.
Didn't they have this?
You were a Ukrainian child, you know.
Didn't they also have this? No, wait, that's a lie. UN did not document around 14k civilian casualties in Ukraine before the Russian invasion. That's a lie. UN overall documented 14k casualties in Ukraine. It wasn't before the Russian invasion. It was in all of the years of Russian invasion. Unless you're talking about before the full-scale invasion, but like the actual invasion started in 2014. From 2014 to 2022, UN documented 14k casualties overall. These are casualties of Ukrainian military, Russian military, separatists, and also civilians, some of them, right? Yeah, he meant before the full-scale invasion. I assumed it's like 2014 one. But it is not true that 14k civilian casualties, that all 14k were civilian casualties. That is absolutely not true.
I wanted to ask about, at the end, Ethan asked a very interesting question.
Which also I think it's fair to mention. You can actually find the UN document. I suggest you go and find it. But a big chunk of actual civilian casualties is Girkin and his team downing MH17.
But the shell on both sides. He asked, was it equally provocative?
Yes, good question.
Which kind of got to the heart of the issue of Russia invading and then being shelled after they invade the country. And Hassan chose to not answer the question. He instead said, well, it's a proxy war. He didn't answer why, if it was provocative or who was more provocative.
I think it's pretty clear now.
Why do you think he didn't want to answer that question?
Because the answer is not what he would want to say.
Probably he doesn't know anything about it.
He didn't have one, so his line is like, oh, both sides.
Or he knows and he just doesn't want to say.
I wouldn't go like so far as to go this stupid. I think this allows him to preserve the narrative, basically. He already stood on this narrative for
that makes
a year
sense.
and a half now, and he really needs to both side this to somehow show himself as not a pro-Russian, pro-invasion person, but also always return like the wheels to the fact that it's somehow America's fault. In this exact video that we will not probably be watching, he basically talks about the nukes, about Ukraine giving away nukes due to Budapest Memorandum agreements, where Russia and America were both guarantees of our sovereignty, supposedly, and he talks about it and he says Ukraine should not have given up nukes. There's a bunch of conversation there about that.
I agree,
But then he was like, if you don't have nukes, America will come and fuck you up. In the context of Ukraine and Russia. I apologize, Hassan. Who came and fucked us up because we don't have nukes? I'm pretty sure it ain't Yankees.
Now we've watched well over an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Yankees.
We've had about dialogue and review of Hassan talking about the war.
Man, I have no
Obviously,
coffee left.
I've shown you
I
certain
have no
clips of
coffee
the
left.
lead
And
threat,
or
everything
also I've been
that's
streaming
said
for
is
like hour and a half longer than supposed.
What you have seen here, knowing that this isn't everything, and there's probably moments where he did sound better, or he might have, you know, had different perspectives that you might have viewed differently. What do you think about what he has said and what you have seen?
Can I start?
Sure.
In the shortest way possible, Hassan is a Russian apologist. He repeats Russian talking points, Russian propaganda, Russian narratives to a lot of audience, a lot of people in his audience. He's the biggest streamer, I presume, political streamer on Twitch at least. And what he does harms Ukraine. It undermines people's support for Ukraine. It's very, very damaging. And he also does not recognize us as a people of, who have will of their own, who have values of their own. He basically repeats imperialist talking points. He only talks about big countries, big players in that, American exceptionalist, if you will. And he only talks about that because he genuinely doesn't care or doesn't understand that other people exist and wars in Europe and Asia existed way before American states, United States existed. And yeah, he's just very either blind or he's straight up doing this on purpose, basically. Yeah, undermining, and also of course he both siding like crazy to reduce accountability of Russia in that sense, and to place blame on another actor, which would be United States, because he has America bad brain rot. That's it.
We live in a world where his words directly impact lives of Ukrainians. And he doesn't contribute anything good, and because of what he says.
You don't think there's anything he said on Ukraine that has been valuable?
The amount of stuff that he's parroting from Russia is just to thousands and thousands of people. He just contributes absolute negativity to our livelihoods, basically, of people in this room. Because if our lives are currently dependent on military support of our country, if we didn't have military support, some of us may not have been here.
Yeah, definitely. Should I say?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see a person who actually is so far from understanding what is happening here and what we are going through, and who actually doesn't think that something like that might happen to him, as I said before. So all those Russian propaganda narratives, he's repeating them, as Anna said, definitely playing for Russia, maybe, who knows, probably unconsciously, I cannot judge here, but he definitely works for Russia and harms our situation and our lives. Maybe not consciously, but something he says actually affects the aid. It could affect the aid, because he has definitely hundreds of thousands of people, as you said, guys, listen to him. And
It is.
I actually would propose him to speak to Ukrainians more.
It is.
To listen to Ukrainians more. Of course, I've heard something.
That's what you gotta balance it out, you know. Like I do live streams and then I go on Twitter and I see some explosions and I'm like,
that we need to be gathered back to that shithole. But we are here. We are Ukrainians. Talk to us if you want to know more about this shit, about our personal experience.
So I just want to ask a bunch of rapid questions, get you guys quick responses. First off, how does it make you feel to know that he is the largest political streamer in existence?
Overall, on the internet,
I feel betrayed, yeah, because I used to watch him.
Yeah, it is upsetting because of the just sheer amount of the audience he has. If he was like a little YouTuber, little streamer, I wouldn't care that much, to be honest. But in his case, he does have genuine influence over people, of how they vote, of how they think, of how they will vote for the politicians.
I mean,
that
they had a
support.
presidential candidate.
Yeah, not to mention that. Yeah, she would probably obviously wouldn't win, but still, he has a reach, a very big reach to people, and because of that, he's spreading either straight up Russian narratives or very old, like colonial, back in the day, Russian imperialist talking points, Soviet Union, apologia, all of that is very dangerous, not only to Ukraine.
I saw one of them exploding like a Roblox character.
It's dangerous to all Europe because the more prominent Russia becomes and the more evil shit Russia does.
Like the weirdest video I've seen, it keeps on playing in my mind.
Everywhere in the world rises because like the alternative for Germany is like have like great support. Le Pen nearly won.
We only got 2 minutes left here, so I want to ask one last question. And the last question is, for the people who watch this content, would you say that you would expect them, if they were to just get their opinions on the war from watching Assad, and a lot of people do get their news, whether it's good or bad, from political streamers, that they would have a good or bad or some other type of understanding of conflict? Would it be a good understanding, a bad understanding, something in the middle?
It would be horrendous understanding.
Alright, watch memes that
I do encourage people to watch, sorry Dobson, Dylan. he knows what's up, he knows he has been there, and he's one of the American people who I genuinely think understand what is going on here and also cares, which is quite important. And also, for example, people like Lonerbox, who is my favorite lefty, and he is very great in covering what Hassan talked, like debunking it, and if anyone from Hassan's audience is actually interested, they could watch Lonerbox's videos and see what's up.
Or they could follow Anna on Twitter.
That's also true.
Or they could watch Rick on YouTube.
I have not seen the kitten video.
On Kick.
That's right.
Anything else? We good? Anybody want to say goodbye?
Can't watch Thompson on Twitch anymore, can you? By the way, guys, I have to be leaving. I've been here for way too long. I just really wanted to finish the video. I love these people. So I really wanted to see the video in full, because like if I don't finish it here, I will never finish it. Listen. Very small kitten. I have not seen it. I don't know if I want to see it. But like, I'm pretty sure it's going to appear on my free page at one point. Man. It's kinda... Even when you try to avoid those types of posts, you never really can. They're like fucking everywhere. But hey, it's a good reminder to donate. So, if you want to see more videos of cute little kittens like that, go and donate more cash money to Ukrainian military. Go donate more money for drones, go donate more money for snipers. That I don't know who you follow around, but go and make a donation. And, you know, they will create interesting content for you to be watching and feeling quite hopeful around. Haha, profit, my dude. Cat that won the cat contest. Yeah, cat that won the cat contest. Fuck, I need to talk about this tomorrow. We're going to be talking about my good news tomorrow too, but also we have to watch the Roman video, and I really want to watch the Arestovich Time article thing. I have actually 2 videos on that saved. So two stuff on Arestovich and Roman video, but like if we're gonna be hate watching Roman, I have not seen the kitten video. I'm not sure I want to see the kitten video. Who is Roman? Roman is No Fuckers. Where is he? He made a new video. I got it in my recommended today. It's on why Israel is allowed to do everything Russia can't. That's the video. Check this out. This piece of shit made a little Instagram story in which he was like, guys, why can Israelis still use Visa and MasterCard? Why are Zara and McDonald's not showing their stance for Israelis by leaving? Is it hard for Israelis to travel? No. Wait, why was it hard for Russia? I hate this dude. I hate this dude so much. Why can they genocide and we cannot? That too. But like not even to... You watched it? Not even to mention that Israel is responding to an actual terrorist attack by Hamas, regardless of how much we see their actions as justified, and the strength of their actions is justified. I absolutely think Israel is causing way too many civilian casualties. I think it should not be excused. I do think we have to constantly keep calling them out. I do think they must be punished for what they are doing in Gaza. But like the fact still stands that you can't really compare Israel's response to Hamas terrorist attack to Russia doing an invasion and annexation of neighbors' territory. Russia was not responding to anything. Russia was not responding to any sort of threat to its existence. Russia is an imperialist shithole that chose to invade because it wanted to invade. Come on. Like, come on. There is no comparison between the two states. It is ridiculous to pretend otherwise. Here is the cat. Don't look at the cat. I'm trying to zoom on the cat and it's not allowing me to zoom on the cat. There is no justice in this universe. Only a big cat that I am zooming in. This is the cat with the most beautiful cat, which is actually a Romanian cat, so that's fun fact for you. I'm going to be ending the stream and I'm going to be running. No subs, but put it on 4x and you will understand anyways. Okay, thank you. I don't know what that is and I'm kind of scared to click on it now after conversations about the kitten eating someone's not head. So, thank you. Going to be ending the stream tomorrow. We are doing the morning coffee stream, by the way, because I'm working an afternoon shift tomorrow on my birthday, which is very fucking sad, okay? But yeah, I'm hoping to go through the Arestovich topic and hoping to see what else is going on. So we'll see that, how to make Ukraine do to Russia what Israel is doing to Gaza. I think the biggest difference in the situation is that I don't think Ukrainian leadership is bloodthirsty in that sort of a way, my dude. I don't think Ukrainians would want to step into that shithole. I have a feeling they would just be like, Guy is the Russian junkie who had been given up by his Russian comrades because he went not on the front line. I don't know what to I didn't know what to expect from the video before, and I don't know what to expect from the video now. So I'm kind of scared. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it very much. I mean, it's on YouTube. I assume it's not too bad. If it's on YouTube, it can't be too bloody, right? I don't know how YouTube is with their TOS. Average custom viewer. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Ending the stream legit now. See you tomorrow. Stay strong. Drink a lot of water. Stay healthy. And, you know,